At Horseshoe Indianapolis, we value the safety of all of our guests, horsemen, and team members. In the unlikely event of an emergency, please use the following guidelines. For a severe weather warning, please take shelter away from the doors and windows. In the case of a fire, evacuate the building immediately by using the nearest exit. And should there be an on-the-track incident, please remember that only Horseshoe Indianapolis staff and emergency medical personnel are allowed on the dirt and turf courses. Allowing our staff to tend to an injured participant is always the safest for all. We thank you for being with us and hope you enjoy your day at Horseshoe Indianapolis. Ladies and gentlemen, at this time to honor America, we ask that you please rise and remove your caps for the playing of our national anthem. Well, good afternoon. Welcome to this Tuesday edition of Wire to Wire as we start off our second week of the 2025 racing season here at Horseshoe Indianapolis, our 23rd thoroughbred and quarter horse season. And hope all of you had a pleasant Easter weekend alongside Rachel McLaughlin, track announcer John G. Dooley, and Rachel, a three-day stretch racing today, tomorrow, and Thursday. And today we start off the week under sunny skies, 70s, and a fast-paced track for a 9-race card.
What beautiful weather we have today. It's sunny. Gonna warm up as the day goes on. Perfect racing weather for horses. Not too hot, not too cold. It's perfect.
Absolutely perfect. And 8 thoroughbred races on tap. We'll have a quarter horse maiden over the 330 yards to close out this Tuesday racing program. And no carryovers on today's card. By the way, the flag here at Horseshoe Indianapolis and throughout North America being flown by order of the president at half staff in memory of Pope Francis. Yes,
Pope Francis passed away, what was it, yesterday? Yeah, it's horrible.
Today, with our 9-race program here, we've got Fernando de la Cruz leading the jockey standings after a couple of race cards. We'll talk more about some of the top performances we had here. Tuesday was opening day for the 2025 race meet. Then we had a Wednesday card, and just like on those 2 days, 9 races on tap here today. A beautiful one, and for the first time this season, she's back from Europe. We get a chance to check in.
That's where she was.
WRTV 6, of course. Todd Clausen now working the evenings there at WRTV, and of course, we were joined by Kyle Mounts the first couple of days of the racing season here. But today, Macy Tedrick to talk about the forecast for today's racing card and what's ahead. Macy?
From Indy's streaming news leader, this is a WRTV update.
We have just a great forecast for your Tuesday. Temperatures will continue to warm from the 60s into the 70s. It's nice and dry through the remainder of the day. As far as what the sky will look like, a mix of clouds and sunshine on and off throughout the rest of today. Going forward, if that's not enough sunshine for you, more of the same as we look to Wednesday, and even a bit warmer, 80 degrees, 80s for Thursday too, and then we'll end the week with showers and thunderstorms Friday. Back to you, John.
All right, Macy. Yeah, what a beautiful forecast. Macy bringing some sunshine to our racing program here and the start of our second week of, as I mentioned, the 2025 season here at Horseshoe Indianapolis early on. Fernando de la Cruz already with 4 wins. Joe Ramos out to a 3-win start. It's been a good one for both of them. Manny Esquivel as well. Speaking of Manny, a couple of winners here when we last raced on Wednesday, both for Gennaro Garcia, as we take a look at De Kitten, just starting off a race rewind from last Wednesday here at the shoe.
Yeah, do a little Wednesday recap here. Manny and Gennaro teamed up for a riding double here. The 4, $840. Nice little price here for the 4, and a great ride by Manny to kind of steer clear of this loose horse.
Yeah, here Kitty on
Jockey's
seat of the
fine.
Jockey. Yeah, soon after the start, and I just wanted to point that out. Yep, the rider did bounce right up there after that. And Holiday House came charging off the far turn, and those white and turquoise stars, Steve H. Lewis, Gennaro Garcia, and some of the top connections here each and every season. And it was Holiday House pulling away with that late money on.
Yeah, really 2 very, very easy wins for Manny there. So congratulations to him and Gennaro for a double on the card. We had another double for Tim Eggleston, and Ramos rode one of them. One was a thoroughbred, one was a quarter horse. We'll start in race 6, number 1. This one was for Kelsey Danner, however. 920 as well, the 1, Alcove.
Yeah, happy to see Kelsey get a victory. By the way, Joe Ramos in 11 days from now. Way to go, Joe. He's picked up that mount. We know Bugsy's thrilled about that.
Let's
go. He'll be riding in the 151st Kentucky Derby. One of 3 winners here after a couple of cards for Joe, of course, a past leading jockey here at Horseshoe Indianapolis. Last season was Alberto Burgos, and then you had Joe, 109 wins, 107 wins, and obviously getting on the scoreboard here last week at Horseshoe Indianapolis. And how about this daughter of Vacoma?
Yeah.
Sailing out to the Maiden Fillies
Sweet
ranks.
Scorecard.
I said 15.
Jeez, she is running
15
for
lengths
it.
or so. It was 15 and a half.
Oh, nice call.
Yeah, a rare one.
You're a professional. You've done this a time or 2.
That's what my diploma says.
I always guess way more than it is. I just said that's at least 18.
Tim Eggleston, congratulations. That was a filly to watch as we go forward here this season. Sweet scorecard, winning by 15.5 lengths on Wednesday's racing program. Trainers-wise, we talked about Gennaro Garcia, had that pair with De Kitten and Holiday House, but also Tim Eggleston off to a great start. We just saw that 15.5 length winner, thoroughbred-wise for Tim. We've run a couple of quarter horse dashes here this season, last Tuesday and Wednesday. Tim's won both.
Yeah, let's show a little quarter horse love here. Tim wins the last race. in here as well, and it is the number 10 on the outside there, Astronaut.
Blasting off to take out the victory again. Tim Eggleston, we've run 2 quarter horse maiden dashes here this 23rd thoroughbred and quarter horse season at Horseshoe Indianapolis. Tim Eggleston taking down both to wrap up the programs on Tuesday, and that was Wednesday. Of course, we had no live racing Easter Monday, but we're back at it here with a 3-day stretch.
There's a couple of people are copying him. Jesse Vasquez now is getting into thoroughbreds as well, a quarter horse trainer. So congratulations to him. It was her first thoroughbred training win, Mama's Wish. So congratulations to her, and hopefully she has much more success.
Jose Rodriguez, a past assistant trainer to Aaron West, was on the scoreboard here on Wednesday. You mentioned Jesse, by the way. There's Gallopin' Sunday. This is the winner under Sammy
Aaron
Bermudez.
told me about this. He was so emotional that Aaron helped him get his assistant trainer's license. He was so excited to get it, and then boom, he wins a race. So shout out to Aaron for finally getting him, helping him achieve that goal of his, and then making a winner.
Yeah, that was a special win there in Wednesday's opener. Then we mentioned Tim Eggleston winning a couple of quarter horse maiden dashes, also has that victory thoroughbred wise. And Mama's Wish, so Jesse Vasquez with her first career thoroughbred victory again, has trained those thoroughbreds to victories here at Horseshoe Indianapolis in seasons past. And it was Jesse's Wish at 45-1 with Josh Morales. I still think Keg won, but it was officially Mama's Wish.
Mama's Wish, I love it. Congratulations to her.
One thing that we did introduce here over the first couple of race cards for the season is our $1 Itoba late pick 4. It's proving very popular nationwide. A lot of buzz about this. The $1 Indiana Thoroughbred Owner Breeders Association late pick 4 will feature it today, tomorrow, and of course on Thursday to wrap up our 3-day stretch. But obviously a lot of eyes around the nation really focusing in on this wager, and of course the low takeouts on our pick 5s here. The pick 5s are low 11.99%, 15% on this really a growing in popularity wager after only a couple of cards, Rachel.
Yeah, I think that the $1 move was a good idea. It kicks off in race 5, the Itoba pick 4. There's a couple scratches on the inside, 10-horse field, and then the FanDuel TV race of the day I'll be talking about here in a little bit. On there with Sarge is the 6th race, a 3-year-old maiden. Yeah, the 7's out of there. Barbosa's on the 5. I gotta look him up. I don't know him that well. The 7th race, Allowance. Orlando's on the 2. The 3's out, and then some other jockey changes. The 9, Mystery Impact gets Alberto Burgess, and the 10, Mitchell Merle is, and the 13 draws in. So that's a interesting race. The 8th race, the 1 is out, and then the Alsos, Orlando's on the 6. That's a nice 11-horse field as well. So some big fields, some tough races, and it culminates in race 8. So good luck to everyone playing that. I've got it. I'll talk about it a little later. I got a $32 ticket on the Itoba pick 4. Thanks to them for sponsoring.
We have to check in with one of the top riders all time in North America, Deshaun Parker, because I think he's on the mend.
I did. I texted Jimmy Mack, but he hasn't answered me, so I'll let you know.
New contest this season. Really looking forward to this one, horse players. It's the Road to Champions Day. You can sign up at www.roadtochampionsday.com. That's www.roadtochampionsday.com. Again, we love our contests here coming up every Tuesday. It'll be Dooley's Legends once we get to next month. But this one kicking off here on April 29th, next Tuesday.
Yeah, I want you guys to play this one because it's going to be all through the meet, and it's going to be a new one, and I know that everybody has a little trouble with the new contest sometimes. We want to make sure to get the word out there. You are going to go to roadtochampionsday.com, and thanks to 123 Gaming, who is going to provide the platform for us to play, but it is a competition daily, so every day. So it behooves you to be here. There's monthly winners, and it's going from when John just told you to October, $7,000, baby.
Yeah, and all starts next week. Yeah, looking forward to that contest. And again, not only like Dooley's Legends, all of you that play on Wednesdays, of course, Racing Rachel's Warriors, that's for our on-track fans, but this one encompasses the nation. And all of you tuning in, if you can hear us, go to www.roadtochampionsday.com. Mention Joe Ramos. He's going to have his first ride in this year's Kentucky Derby. I'm still liking Tistastic. He's really working forwardly for the Hall of Fame trainer Steve Asmussen. A lot of talk Tistastic, publisher, journalism, but we're for sure who's your pick? We're going to have a Derby Day celebration here in just over a week from this coming Saturday. It's a Derby celebration here. We're going to have a lot of great things, and including a live racing program kicking off at 10:45 a.m. The first race from Churchill, by the way, will be at 11 o'clock Eastern. We'll kick off 15 minutes before them under the Twin Spires here at the Shoe. $3,000 mega bet giveaway, a $1,000 Derby hat contest. That's always very popular. Eric Hallstrom, his wife Chris, Tim DeWitt often among the judges for the hat contest, and they take it very seriously. Participants get a $5 wagering voucher for giving us your email. Don't forget about that. There's the hat contest. Win with style. Jimmy McNerney will be here, still counting his money after that victory here when he was handicapping on opening week.
Yeah, he did have a good day, a good couple of days. Also, we want to remind you there's a $3,000 mega bet giveaway. It's free admission. Come on out, bring the kids, and enjoy a lovely day of racing. We are going to have lots of food trucks, and it's just going to be a really great time. So come dressed up for our Derby Day celebration. I'm excited.
I know.
It's Kentucky Derby.
Rachel will be at Churchill Downs. We'll be holding down the fort here, but looking forward to seeing your Derby hat, and everyone joining us here will be participating for sure
I gotta get a hat.
in that $1,000 Derby hat contest. Thanks to our big sponsors in 2025, talking about Brown Forman, Breed Development, and also Murphy Trailer Sales back with us here this year. Terrific customer service and loyalty since 1984. You can reach out to them at 765-361-8803. Back with us in 2025. Cheers to Murphy Trailer Sales. Also, a new sponsor here this season. You can check out those terrific Ford trucks parked right there on the apron. Hubler Ford, Indiana's giant Hubler Ford dealership, Shelbyville and Franklin. Drive Hubler.com. Cheers to their sponsorship with us here this season, Racing Rachel.
Yes, we're excited to have them a part of our team here. Hubler Ford. Got those nice trucks on the apron as well to take a look at here for the meet.
So a lot of people during opening day and the next day checking out the sticker price there on those Ford trucks
It's
parked
just
on the
too
apron.
bad we can't let them open the door because it smells like new car, my favorite smell.
I love that new car smell, and
Oh.
check out those trucks here at the track. If you'd like to check us out on social media, please do. You can reach us on X. Me at John G. Dooley. Also, don't forget our broadcast partner Brian Aragoni standing by at Mr. B Analyst, Racing Rachel at Racing Rachel M, and on Instagram at Racing Rachel M. And Martha Clausen will be along later today talking about that quarter horse maiden dash over the 330 yards with a fast track, and again with the flag. Not much wind to speak of, so no wind for the final quarter horse maiden dash, and again the flag here at half staff by order of President Trump as we remember Pope Francis after his passing. So we've got a terrific card here, really. 9 races today, and all main track card early on in the meet. Sunny skies, 70s, a fast main track, and we're standing by to be joined by Brian Aragoni talking about the 50-cent early pick 5.
Baby.
Enjoy the day. We've got a beautiful.
Well, it's so beautiful. I had to go downstairs
and with the forecast.
Yeah, check out the nice weather.
And of course, later today, Rachel mentioned she'll be joining Sarge there on FanDuel talking about our feature of the day. So enjoy it, racing fans joining us here. A beautiful one with a fast main track. Quick commercial break, and we'll be back with Brian Aragoni covering the 50-cent early pick 5 today on a Tuesday at the Shoe.
When it comes to horse racing, you can never have too much information. With Twin Spires, you can place your bets with confidence, whether you use handicapping insights like our Brisnet speed ratings, prime power and past performances, the guidance of our experts' top picks, or just choose a name that catches your eye. Yes! No matter how you pick your horse, bet with Twin Spires. And now you can race to victory with Twin Spires tournaments.
Welcome back to Wire, where it's a beautiful Tuesday here in Shelbyville, Indiana, now 30 minutes away from the lid lifter for week 2 here at Horseshoe Indianapolis. Hopefully you and your family had an excellent Easter weekend as John G. Dooley, one of the best in the business, slips in a Pope reference with our flags at half-mast to kick off the racing week. We kick it off just 29 minutes away. There's a big scratch in here, at least in my opinion, of number 2, Gunga Gunga Galunga. I'm sure John G. Dooley, thankful that he doesn't have to say that horse's name in the race call, but I thought that was a big player at 5-1. So I'm only going to be too deep in here. I wanted to try and beat your morning line favorite, Bold Mistress, at 5-2. That was a horse that I thought many people were going to dive in on. I think there's reasons to try and beat the 7-year-old mare. She's lightly raced. She certainly hasn't gone to the racetrack as often as you would see many 7-year-olds. She's only making start number 19. Now, she was a little bit of a win machine dating back in 2023. She had 4 victories in her 6-victory career, but she was winless in only one lone start last year back in January, and she comes in off of a long layoff. I think she's the horse to beat, but not the horse to bet in here. I think Sassy and Bold could be breaking sharp and be long gone, and then Storm charging. Maybe the second and third choice can get us through this first leg of an intriguing early pick 5, and our pick 5s did pay great. Now, we've only got a small sample size, 2 days, but we had some massive payouts, and that wasn't crazy long shots or any UFOs or things like that. That was 4 logical horses with maybe one outside the box, and you certainly brought home some generous payouts last week. I believe one paid over $6,500 as well in that pick 5 range, and I expect that to continue in week number 2 with our first 3-day racing week of the meet. Race number 2 will have maidens going 5.5 furlongs in this spot. No scratches, no changes. Maiden 5,000. This is a challenging spot to really feel overly confident in here. I went 2, 4, and 5. No strong opinions, but my best opinion is probably to try and beat Decatur Street. This is a horse that many people are going to pile into. 0 for 8, hasn't even hit the board. Anytime a horse hasn't hit the board and is now going to go off at odds on, I'm going to play against. Don't get me wrong, the 1 is strictly the horse to beat. But while everyone piles on to the 1 horse, Decatur Street, as their single, I'm going to try and get some separation in here. I'm going to play it this way in both my pick 5 and my $1 pick 4 in here. I think Eric Heitzman can have a horse ready to run. Shriner has a ton of speed, not much finish. And when I say not much, there really hasn't been any finish at all. However, cuts back to 5.5 furlongs, and on the front end is where you've wanted to be early on in this racing meet. And I think Mrs. Murray is going to put this one right on the lead and play Catch Me If You Can for an old friend in Eric Heitzman. Hopefully that one can be lone speed, long gone. If not, the 4 and the 5 would be great separators. No rematch for Tim Eggleston, Mitchell Merle. Welcome his services and talents here to Horseshoe Indianapolis, a guy who's had plenty of success down at the fairgrounds and some other tracks around the country. He brings his talents here, and I think no rematch. This is a horse who can be forgiven. Only one lone start. It was going long, and it was on the dirt. That's the only dirt form we have. What if this horse just didn't like the turf course or has maybe been going too far? A sprint on the dirt could be what no rematch has wanted all along. And then Rocket Sock It to me. Chase Miller for Darren Miller, the family connections, father-son trying to get home a winner. And their lightly raced horse, there's certainly upside, especially at the maiden 5, to being lightly raced. Your favorite 0 for 8. We'll see if we can beat the 1 in race number 2. Race number 3, 5.5 furlongs, claiming 5,000, the tag, no scratches, no changes. Another race in here that I'm going to go a little bit different direction than maybe some other people. Flower Pecker is a horse that has my respect. This is a hard-knocking 9-year-old who makes start number 65. An ultra cool story. But 7-5, I'm going to try and beat this one. How about the other 9-year-old in here who may be a little bit more spry, only making start number 34 today, but the 8-time winner, keeping it classy. I love this outside post in here for an older horse who hasn't been seen since November of last year, but had been running at a level that was a little bit higher last year and the year before. Optional 40K, and was picking up pieces and running against some very tough horses, including Latigo, Breslau, as well as Cut Glass, some nice horses that this one has been facing. There's reasons why there hasn't been a win in a long time, but I think keeping it classy can be cranked and ready to go for Tim Eggleston, who is off to an excellent start, winning at 50%. We'll see if the other 9-year-old can get us home a single in race number 3. Race number 4, a challenging race to kick off today's Late Fire 5. I think this 4th and 5th race are wide open in here. Scratch number 2, Jungle Cat, and it really doesn't make it any easier. I'm going to go 4, 5, 6, and 7. No true strong opinions. That may not even be deep enough in here. I think this race is wide open. It may be a small field, but it's long on intrigue for me. 6 horses will battle it out over 6 furlongs, and any of those fillies or mares could win in race number 4. A challenging start to today's Late Fire 5. The $1 pick 4 mania does continue in the 5th race. Hopefully we are alive, because the 5th race, a challenging one at that. Maybe the best betting race on the card. Does feature the final leg of your early pick 5, the final leg of that early pick 4, the kickoff of the late pick 4, and the second leg of that early pick 5. I hope you and yours are alive in all of them. Non-winners of 2, going 6 furlongs in here. Do scratch your 2 inside runners. The 1 and the 2 are out of this event. I found this race challenging. I think it's wide open in here. 4, 5, 7, 9, and 11. Do note, uneven keel. Your 9-5 morning line favorite is not going to be on my ticket. I think this race is wide open. We're going to go 5 deep, and we're unlikely to have your 3-5 favorite. I've got my questions. This horse could easily win. Everything Randy Klopp has sent to the racetrack has been winning. He's winning at 50%. That's not a small sample size. He hit the board in 7 out of 8. He's out to a freakishly good start. However, there could be some regression to the mean. He did claim this horse for $15,000 off of Wesley Ward. Quickly went through that maiden condition. Was claimed for 15. Now, after getting through that second condition early on in the meet, they're dangling this horse for less than the claiming price. For me, it could be nothing. It could just be a trainer who's looking to win at a high rate and get through his conditions and start to stack some money, so maybe he can pick up horses along the way in the meet. I certainly may be overthinking, but I never really love to see a horse win at a certain price, come back shortly thereafter, if not just the next race, and come in for a lower tag than they just won for. I understand that the value goes down when the conditions get shorter and your options get less from the condition book standpoint, but this is a horse who's going to be 3-5 and is going to be trying the dirt for the first time, and the connections are red hot. Everyone can see that Joe Ramos and Randy Klopp are off to an excellent start, so these are the horses to beat. If you're able to beat them in the 5th race, I think you will be looking at some very generous payouts in the early pick 5, and you will be off to an excellent start in the Late Fire 5 and that late pick 4. We've got an excellent card for you here. Happy Tuesday, as we are 22 minutes away from race number 1, one of the best in the business, and in my opinion, the best in the business. John G. Dooley has made his way up to the announcer's booth. He will take you through the scratches and changes, and the horse will join us in the paddock, and we'll be off and running 22 minutes from now. Best of luck today.
Good afternoon from Horseshoe Indianapolis. Hello now from the broadcast booth. Great to have you with us today. Track announcer John G. Dooley. 9 races on tap, 8 thoroughbred races, closing with a quarter horse maiden dash over the 330 yards. Beautiful day, sunny skies, low 70s. Main track fast, all main track card. Main track fast, if you have your programs close by, let's take a look at the changes and corrections on today's racing program. Opening sprint starts off the 50-cent early pick 5. Scratch number 2, Gunga Gunga Galunga. With that scratch, no superfecta wagering. No superfecta at the top of the card. Scratch number 2, Gunga Gunga Galunga from the sprint opener. In the second race, maiden sprint starts the $1 early pick 4 off. Here, no scratches, no jockey changes. Number 5, Rocket Socket to Me. Add 1 pound to the program weight for number 5. Turning to the third. Well, main track card. Here, no scratches. Number 4, Summer in Aiken, a jockey change to Orlando Mojica. Orlando Mojica on number 4, Summer in Aiken. The fourth race starts the 50-cent late pick 5. Scratch number 2, Jungle Cat. Number 2, Jungle Cat has been scratched. The fifth race, sprint starts the $1 Itoba late pick 4. Low 15% takeout, dollar minimum. Scratch the 1, Collator, and number 2, Golden Buck. Scratch the 1 and number 2. Number 8, Devil's Gotta Go, a jockey change to Manny Esquivel. Manny Esquivel rides number 8, Devil's Gotta Go. In the sixth race, maiden 3-year-old filly sprint. Number 5, Crystal Frost, a jockey change to Carlos Barbosa. Carlos Barbosa on 5, Crystal Frost. Scratch number 7, Ms. Candy. Number 7, Ms. Candy has been scratched. Also reported overweight there for the 3, Mrs. Chauvis, 1 pound over. In the seventh race, number 2, Reiteration, a jockey change to Orlando Mojica. On 2, Reiteration, 3, Star Review has been scratched. Scratch number 3, Star Review. Number 9, Mystery Impact, the jockey change to last season's leading jockey here, Alberto Burgos, will ride number 9, Mystery Impact today. Number 10, Solar Power, a change of jockey for the 3-time winner to Mitchell Murrell. Mitchell Murrell on 10, Solar Power. Scratch the 14 second exchange. Scratch the 14 and take out 15, Jenny's Beignet. Scratch the 3, 14, and number 15. Race 8, maiden 3-year-old filly sprint. Scratch the 1, Focaccia. Scratch number 1. Number 6, Estrella Brillante, a change of jockey to Orlando Mojica. Deshaun Parker off his mounts. Orlando Mojica on 6, Estrella Brillante. Scratch 13, Hunger Reggae. 14, Dreaming Girl. 15, Prayers Beauty. And the 16, Kagazi. Scratch the 1, 13 through number 16. All have been scratched. And in the ninth, quarter horse maiden dash over the 330 yards. No scratches, no rider changes. Couple of reported overweights. Number 5, Runaway Deluxe plus 7 pounds. The 6, Effie Val's 2 Rockets, 5 over, all 10 run in the quarter horse maiden. Beautiful way to start off the second week here of the race meet. Under sunny skies, low 70s, all main track card. Main track is fast. We'll have the sprint opener due off in 11 minutes time. Horses and the walking ring. Make it a great day with us here at Horseshoe Indianapolis. Paddock judge Brandy Bell with the call for riders up here at Horseshoe Indianapolis. The horses called postward for the sprint opener. Race 1 at 6 furlongs, a field of 5. 5 mares run. Scratch number 2, Gunga Gunga Galunga. No superfecta wagering. Scratch number 2. Race 1 features Exacta, Trifecta. Double pick 3 starts at the 50-cent early pick 5. Low 11.99% takeout on the pick 5s here this season. Well, main track hard, main track fast. On parade for the sprint opener with 2 minutes to post time. 2 minutes. We're less than 1 minute away from post time. Start to the 50-cent early pick 5. Fast track. Less than 1 minute. The horses are approaching the starting gate. The horses have reached the starting gate. It is now post time. They're going in first run of 2025 for Midnight Tango with Jaime Torres. Now Joe Ramos, Sassy and Bold, coming up, has joined Midnight Tango. Evan Roman, Bold Mistress, the next mare. At 6 furlongs with a couple of them back. Augustin Gomez with Flat Discount coming up. Sassy and Bold 8-5, the first favorite, and one more. Storm Charging, Fernando de la Cruz with 4 wins to start the meet. Main track fast under sunny skies in the Hoosier State. Here comes the first. They're in the gate. Going running at Horseshoe Indianapolis, and Bold Mistress out to a lightning quick start. So for Evan Roman, Bold Mistress leads the dash by 2. From Sassy and Bold in the green cap, who chases the pace. Midnight Tango through into third. Then Flat Discount in between horses, and posted wide Storm Charging trails here in the Tuesday opener. So it's Bold Mistress making her 7-year-old seasonal bow. She's being flanked by Sassy and Bold, who's staying close as they enter the far turn. Midnight Tango with the rail. 3/4 length to Flat Discount in the red cap, and Storm Charging still trails the quintet. The opening quarter, 22.86 seconds, but now with inside 3 furlongs to go. So here's a bid by Sassy and Bold, who's on even terms with Bold Mistress as they come toward the top of the stretch. Racing 5 clear from Flat Discount, who's now in third. Storm Charging in the black silks, and Midnight Tango as these mares straighten away. It's Sassy and Bold for Joe Ramos. The half mile in 45.41 seconds. Sassy and Bold leads here past the 8th pole. With a widening lead now from toward the inside, Bold Mistress, who's in second. Flat Discount is third, well clear. It's Sassy and Bold bounding home. Sassy and Bold won by 6. Flat Discount finished second. Bold Mistress back in third. .110.41 after the distaff sprint. 110.41. 4-5 on 3, Sassy and Bold. 5 Flat Discount at 12-1. 4 Bold Mistress at 5-2. There was no superfecta. Sassy and Bold, Joe Ramos. For Brian and Nippenberg. Has beaten 5 Flat Discount, 4 Bold Mistress third, and 1 Midnight Tango fourth. Hold all tickets until official. 3-5-4-1. Race 1 official. Stepping into the Murphy Trailer Sales Winner's Circle, number 3, Sassy and Bold, with Joe Ramos. Sassy and Bold is a 5-year-old chestnut mare by Daddy Longlegs, out of Adderley by Street Boss. The Kentucky bred is owned and trained by Brian Mippenberg, with Joe Ramos. Horseshoe Indianapolis congratulates the winning connections of Sassy and Bold. Takes out the mare sprint. First results in. 3-5 exacta paid $19.20. Bold Mistress ran third. 50-cent trifecta 3-5-4, $30.20. There was no superfecta wagering featured. 5 ran, 110.41, fast track. Second race maiden sprint. No scratches, no jockey changes. Number 5, Rocket Socket to Me, 1 pound over. Race 2 with exacta trifecta superfecta, double pick 3. Starts at the 50-cent early pick 4. Post time for the second race will be at 2:40. In all cases, please do try to make your Horseshoe Indianapolis selections and wagers today early. Thank you. Coming up in a moment, our first replay of the day of the Mare Sprint. Hope you had a bet on Sassy and Bold. Here comes the first. They're in the gate. Going running at Horseshoe Indianapolis, and Bold Mistress out to a lightning quick start. So for Evan Roma, Bold Mistress leads the dash by 2. From Sassy and Bold in the green cap, who chases the pace. Midnight Tango through into third. Then Flat Discount in between horses, and posted wide Storm Charging Trails here and the Tuesday opener. So it's Bold Mistress making her 7-year-old seasonal bow. She's being flanked by Sassy and Bold, who's staying close as they enter the far turn. Midnight Tango with the rail. 3/4 length to Flat Discount to the red cap, and Storm Charging still trails the quintet. The opening quarter, 22.86 seconds, but now with inside 3 furlongs to go. So here's a bid by Sassy and Bold, who's on even terms with Bold Mistress as they come toward the top of the stretch. Racing 5 clear from Flat Discount, who's now in third. Storm Charging in the Black Silks, and Midnight Tango as these mares straighten away. It's Sassy and Bold for Joe Ramos. The half mile in 45.41 seconds. Sassy and Bold leads here past the 8th pole. With a widening lead now from toward the inside, Bold Mistress, who's in second. Flat Discount is third, well clear. It's Sassy and Bold bounding home. Sassy and Bold won by 6. Flat Discount finished second. Bold Mistress back in third. Here comes the first. They're in the gate.
Look around. Spring is here. And no matter what you're planning or planting, it's nice to know Hubler Ford's got you covered for 200,000 miles. During Hubler's Spring Forward event, save big on a new Ford. You pay what we pay. Ford employee pricing for everyone. So spring forward, knowing Hubler's got you covered for 200,000 miles.
DriveHubler.com.
It's back. Vacation at home sale at Family Leisure. Family Leisure has the largest selection of in-stock patio furniture at guaranteed lowest prices. Chat height to bar height and everything in between. Check out our selection of pergolas, pavilions, and other shade solutions. Make a splash this summer with a new swimming pool from America's largest pool dealer. Outdoor kitchens. Buy from stock or design your own. Melt away stress. We've got plenty of spas and swim spas priced to move. Vacation at home sale going on now at Family Leisure.
Second week of racing off and underway here at Horseshoe Indianapolis, where we're 10 minutes away from kicking off the ultra-popular $1 minimum pick 4, 15% takeout, very player-friendly takeout here at Horseshoe Indianapolis in both the pick 5, 11.99%, the lowest in the nation, along with 15% takeout in the $1 minimum pick 4. Certainly hope everyone dives into that pick 4. We'll kick it off in race number 2 and again in race number 5 as well. We're 9 minutes away from the second. Maiden 5,000. We will crown a maiden no more. 6 of them set to battle it out over 5.5 furlongs. We did have a morning line favorite at 8-5 of Decatur Street, who's chilly on the board right now at 7-2. This is a horse I was anticipating trying to beat throughout, and hopefully we can do so with post position number 5, Rocket Socket to Me for Joe Odell. Darren Miller with the training duties, and Chase Miller going to be riding the father-son tandem, looking to get the job done in here. Gets Lasix for the first time, and at the lowest level claiming ranks we offer here at Horseshoe Indianapolis, I like horses that are lightly raced. They have yet to taste defeat numerous times, and this horse showed a little bit something. Didn't have everything go their way on February 8th at Turfway Park. Maybe didn't like the synthetic. Did debut for 7,500. You could say gets a little bit of class relief, but I'm not putting too much stock in there. It took a little love. It was a 10-horse field, and it's not like he went off 1,000,000-1. He was 18-1 that day. Showed brief speed. Broke from the very outside, which is always tough. When you're debuting, you don't really want to break from the outside or the inside. You kind of want to be right in the middle of the pack. And he broke from the outside, showed speed, didn't show much finish. He does get Lasix today. Chase sees fit to bring his talents to Horseshoe Indianapolis for this maiden $5,000 runner, and I think could be live. A horse who's trained consistently since that debut. I like not so much speed because the times are reasonable, and I'm not paying attention to times, more or less the consistency. And this is a horse who's gone to the track almost each and every week to get a posted workout, and there certainly could be upside to the lightly raced son of Free Drop Billy, who's currently 5-1 right now in a small field, and is certainly feeling good and giving his handlers all they want as they're trying to get the tack and bridle on. So we'll see how Rocket Socket to Me performs on the racetrack, but certainly looks fit and fresh and ready to go. But they all have to catch Shriner. No doubt in my mind at the top of the lane, Shriner's going to have the lead. Now the question will become whether the 3-year-old Chestnut by Gormley will have the lead at the wire when it's all said and done, because speed has not been the problem for Shriner. It's finding any sort of finish that has caused issues. In fact, for a horse who's been on the lead almost in each and every start and failed to hit the board, that's not always a good sign. But recently underwent the ultimate equipment change, recently gelded, and also gets some class relief as well. A horse who debuted on the turf at Belterra at the maiden special weight level has been knocking against some maiden claimers down at the fairgrounds and gets a little bit more class relief as well for a trainer who can certainly win, especially when they're donning the Super Bowl silks in here. I think Shriner the one to catch to cash, but right now the better seems to have sniffed this one out as well. 5-2 morning line, currently favored, and if you're hoping this horse goes off anywhere near that 5-2, I think DRF projections would indicate that Shriner is likely to stay there and is probably your post-time favorite, at least at this time. We'll see how the late money plays out, but Shriner likely the one to catch to cash and the favorite when it's all said and done. Maybe the most upside comes from No Rematch. Mitch Merle going to bringing his talents to this 3-year-old by Flatter, who's 0 for 5, yet to hit the board. The mare, she was a 4-time winner. So far, the lone sibling it has been solid outside of No Rematch. So breeding suggests that this horse should be able to run a little bit. A horse who actually debuted going long on the dirt, even though they wanted to get on the turf. It seems like the old trainer, Michelle Nehe, always had a plan that this horse would run well on the turf. It didn't come to fruition. Since then, they have changed hands. They've tried going 6.5 furlongs on the synthetic, but maybe short on the dirt is what No Rematch wanted all along. Maybe they tabbed this one the wrong surface from the beginning and could jump up in a big way against runners that they should certainly appreciate going against. Another one who gets a ton of class relief has been knocking heads against some very tough runners at the likes of Kentucky Downs, Keeneland, Turfway, and then last time just got a little bit run off their feet, but did exit a live race where the second and third place runners did come back to win as well. So maybe the dirt and shortening up is all No Rematch has won. It's a small field, but an intriguing one at that, as 6 of them will battle it out on the dirt in here as we kick off the $1 minimum 15% takeout pick 4 just 4 minutes from now.
The horses stepping onto the track now for the second race. Maiden sprint at 5.5 furlongs, a field of 6. No scratches, no jockey changes. Number 5, Rocket Socket to Me, 1 pound over. Race 2 with exacta, trifecta, superfecta, double pick 3. Starts in the $1 early pick 4 fast track. Now less than 3 minutes to post time. We're less than 1 minute away from post time. Maiden sprint starts the $1 early pick 4 fast track. Less than 1 minute. The horses are approaching the starting gate. The horses have reached the starting gate. It is now post time. Loading in front of starter Ray Kuick. Sando Sanjor, Decatur Street, the first maiden in. Erica Murray with Shriner coming up. Gold and Black Diamonds. Shriners joined Decatur Street. Samuel Bermudez with Have Guns Will Travel. 11 race maiden, Have Guns Will Travel loaded. Mitchell Morrill, no rematch coming up. Two back, Chase Miller. Rocket Socket to Me drew 5. At 5.5 furlongs. Fast track, one more. Augustin Gomez with 6-time started Free America. 16-1 Free America. Shriner right now, even money favorite. Seconds of the day from Horseshoe Indianapolis. They're in the gate. And they're off. Free America sharply away. Shriner toward the inside, starting an early bid there for Erica Murray now to take the top. It's Shriner who leads toward the inside from fast starting Free America, who's right there with the red cap, and Have Guns Will Travel looking to split them, running up close in third, making this dash past the half-mile pole. Toward the inside is Decatur Street now through into fourth. No rematches, 5 lengths off this leader as they enter the far turn, and beaten for early speed. Rocket Socket to Me trails. The quarter 22.30 seconds. They round the far turn. It's Shriner. Free America coming with this bid on the outside. Free America and Shriner toward the inside, coming toward the top of the stretch. Too clear from No Rematch, who's now gaining in the blue cap. Toward the inside, Decatur Street. Have Guns Will Travel wide, but straightens away in fifth. And toward the inside is Rocket Socket to Me. They come down toward the final furlong. It is Shriner, half mile, 45.47 seconds with the rail for Erica Murray. Shriner leads by better than 2 to Decatur Street, who continues to chase, but in vain. It's Shriner out to the maiden ranks by 2.5. Decatur Street was second. Rocket Socket to Me third, and Free America finished fourth. .104.15 after the maiden. We're standing by for the full run order from the judges. 3-2 on 2 Schreiner. Son of Gormley. Erica Murray for Eric Heitzman. Super 44 in the black and gold diamonds. 1 Decatur Street at 9-5. 5 Rocket Socket to me at 8-1 for the trifecta. Free America 7-1 fourth. No rematch. Have Guns Will Travel tailed off. So 2-1-5-6 after the maiden. Hold all tickets until official. The result of the second race is official. Returning to the Murphy Trailer Sales Winners Circle, number 2, Schreiner with Erica Murray. Schreiner is a 3-year-old chestnut gelding, bred in Kentucky by Gormley. Out of the Northern Fleet mare, Tailfile. Eric Heitzman trains for Mike Heitzman's Super 44, the black and gold diamonds. Horseshoe Indianapolis congratulates the winning connections. Schreiner out to the maiden ranks. 2-1 exacta, paid $12.20. 50-cent trifecta, 2-1-5, $10.70. 3-2 the early double, combining Sassy and Bold with Schreiner. $2 double returned an even $11 with Free America fourth. The 10-cent superfecta, 2-1-5-6, paid $8.65. All 6 ran 104.15 after the running of race 2. In the third, no scratches. All 6 run. For Summer and Aiken, a jockey change to Orlando Mojica. Orlando Mojica on the 4 Summer and Aiken. Exacta, trifecta, superfecta, double, pick 3. Post time in 18 minutes. The next sprint at 3:09. And they're off. Free America sharply away. Schreiner toward the inside, starting an early bid there for Erica Murray now to take the top. It's Schreiner who leads toward the inside from fast starting Free America, who's right there with the red cap, and Have Guns Will Travel looking to split them, running up close in third, making this dash past the half-mile pole. Toward the inside is Decatur Street now through into fourth. No rematch is 5 lengths off this leader as they enter the far turn, and beaten for early speed. Rocket Socket to me trails. The quarter 22.30 seconds. They round the far turn. It's Schreiner. Free America coming with this bid on the outside. Free America and Schreiner toward the inside, coming toward the top of the stretch. 2 clear from No Rematch, who's now gaining in the blue cap. Toward the inside, Decatur Street. Have Guns Will Travel wide, but straightens away in 5th. And toward the inside is Rocket Socket to me. They come down toward the final furlong. It is Schreiner, half mile, 45.47 seconds with the rail for Erica Murray. Schreiner leads by better than 2 to Decatur Street, who continues to chase, but in vain. It's Schreiner out to the maiden ranks by 2.5. Decatur Street was second. Rocket Socket to me third, and Free America.
10 minutes to the third race here at Horseshoe Indianapolis. We've got a 3-year-old and up claiming for $5,000. Orlando is on the 4 in this race, Summer in Aiken, and there is a 6-horse field right now. The current favorite is 9-5 Unified Report. I went with the 3 Flower Pecker on top. I know we all have a little bit of superstition in this industry, but Flower Pecker, whenever I don't pick him, he beats me. I have to give Flower Pecker the respect he deserves. That's not the only reason, though, obviously. The early speed that I think is really going to help him in this group. He's had such an amazing career here. He is a 9-year-old now. He's made over $400,000, and he's been running as of late during last year's meet in starter optional claimers. He honestly hasn't been in straight claiming since a year ago in April, and he was second by half a length in that race as the bettor's favorite. He's definitely just a tough, hard-knocking gelding. He has Sammy Bermudez aboard for him for Tony Cunningham, and he's just speedy. He's got that quick turn of foot out of the gate that if he gets loose on the lead, it's really hard to catch him. He also does well at the distance, and Indiana Dirt is obviously his place. So, yeah, definitely going to put Flower Pecker up on top here, the 3. Then I'll go with the current 9-5 favorite, and that is Unified Report. Joe Rocco is aboard for Jose Camejo. Now, this horse has only had a couple months layoff. A majority of this field has had the whole winter off, but he's had a couple months off. He ran in February at Fairgrounds, and he was third in there. Kind of the first 2 ran off with it, but definitely was kind of a best the rest situation. He's returning to dirt. That was on turf. And he's going back down to a sprint distance. Also, Camejo is 20% off of this kind of layoff. And he put up the most recent, obviously, since most of these haven't ran, but still, that 75 was pretty good for the 6-year-old gelding in that race. So I'm going to put the 5 in my exacta spot, and then we'll go to the 2. 12-1 right now. Longest shot on the board, Prince Shim. Evan Roman is aboard here for Scott Mullins. And this one took the winter off as well. Ended the meet kind of early in August. Not sure what that was about, but this horse is a 2-turn horse. However, if you go back to the last time this horse ran 5.5, which is our distance today, it was around April last year, and he ended up only getting beaten for second by a length, and all of the top 3 finishers in that race came back to win. So he has had most of his wins at 2 turns, but definitely still has form going short, and I think that Scott knows, let's start him out short here to start the meet, and then we'll work him up to 2 turns. So Prince Shim is who I'm going to go with in this race, also dropping down in class, had been running in maidens last year, so he's dropping him down to, allowances last year, dropping him down to claiming for 5. 3-5-2 here for me in the 3rd race, a 3-year-old up claiming for 5.5 on the dirt. We're just 7 minutes to post. Good luck.
The horses coming onto the track now for the third race. This sprint at 5.5 furlongs with a field of 6. All 6 run. Number 4, Summer and Aiken, a jockey change to Orlando Mojica. Orlando Mojica rides for Summer and Aiken. Exacta, trifecta, superfecta, double pick 3. Parading with 3 minutes to post time. We're less than 1 minute away from post time. Less than 1 minute. The horses are approaching the starting gate. The horses have reached the starting gate. It is now post time. They're going in. Santos Sanjor with Keeping It Classy making his 9-year-old seasonal bow. First in, Keeping It Classy to that outside gate. Alberto Burgos with Forever Lasting has joined Keeping It Classy, the veteran. With Evan Roman leading up Prince Shim. Prince Shim has joined Forever Lasting, and Keeping It Classy was first into the gate. Flower Pecker, Sammy Bermudez for Tony Cunningham went in well. Couple them back, Orlando Mexica now with Summer in Aiken. So stand by. At 5.5 furlongs, one more. Unified Report, Joe Rocco Jr. for Jose Camejo off a Fairgrounds claim. Sassy and Bold and Schreiner, our first two sprint winners, they're in the gate. And they're off. Flower Pecker with on the outside an early bid by Prince Shim and Unified Report, and they're joined toward the inside by Forever Lasting. They're well grouped. It is Prince Shim who's vying for the early lead. First run of 2025 for Flower Pecker with a black cap. The 9-year-old 10-time winner right there with Prince Shim, who just leads at the 3.5. Unified Report is running in third, Keeping It Classy on the far outside in fourth. Forever Lasting has been sprinted back to second to last, and no early speed from Summer in Aiken, who trails the sextet. The quarter was blasted past in 21.82. It's Flower Pecker. Flower Pecker's taking the lead outside the quarter pole from Keeping It Classy, and the 9-year-olds turn for home 1-2. Unified Report to the white cap sweeping. Then Prince Shim, Vibit has dropped back. Forever Lasting and Summer and Yake to pick up with 1 furlong to go. It's Flower Pecker. Keeping It Classy, trying to narrow the margin, still with 2 lengths back. Flower Pecker is finding for Sammy past the 16th. Unified Report is third, and then Summer and Aiken splits horses now to gain fourth. Flower Pecker first up to win here by 3 from Keeping It Classy. The veterans finish 1-2. Unified Report third, and Summer and Aiken pass those tired rivals. .104.01 after the sprint. 3-6-5-4, the unofficial run order after race 3. First, number 3, Flower Pecker at 6-5. The 6, keeping it classy at 5-2 was the runner-up. 5, Unified Report at 3 1/3, and at 13 1/4. Summer and Aiken getting into the superfecta. Flower Pecker, first up in 2025. Sammy Bermudez for Tony Cunningham, the son of Discreet Cat at 6-5, the favorite home. The winning groom leading in, the 3, Flower Pecker with Sammy Bermudez. Flower Pecker is a 9-year-old bay gelding by Discreet Cat out of the Flower Alley Mare Prairie Flower, the now 11-time winner. Bred here in the Hoosier State. Tony Cunningham trains for Salvador Villalobos and the Murphy Trailer Sales Winner's Circle. Horseshoe Indianapolis congratulates the winning connections. Flower Pecker back winning at 9. Three, 6 exacta. The 9-year-olds combined, $9.80. First pick 3 of the day. 2 and or 3 with the 2 with Flower Pecker, the 3. 50-cent pick 3 to start the card, returns an even $9. 50-cent trifecta, 3, 6, 5, $8.60. 2, 3, double, $14.60. With Summer in Aiken back and forth, the 10-cent superfecta, 3, 6, 5, 4 paid $4.87. All 6 ran 104.01. And the 4th of today's 9 on a beautiful one here, Fast Track. Scratch 2, Jungle Cat from the next sprint. Scratch the 2, Jungle Cat. Exacta, trifecta, superfecta, double pick 3. Starts at the 50-cent late pick 5. Low 11.99% takeout on the pick 5s here this season with a Fast Track post time in 19 minutes. 3:38 for the sprint. And they're off. Flower Pecker with on the outside an early bid by Prince Shim and Unified Report, and they're joined toward the inside by Forever Lasting. They're well grouped. It is Prince Shim who's vying for the early lead. First run of 2025 for Flower Pecker with a black cap. The 9-year-old 10-time winner right there with Prince Shim, who just leads at the 3.5. Unified Report is running in 3rd, keeping it classy on the far outside in 4th. Forever Lasting has been sprinted back to 2nd to last, and no early speed from Summer in Aiken, who trails the sextet. The quarter was blasted past in 21.82. It's Flower Pecker. Flower Pecker's taking the lead outside the quarter pole from keeping it classy, and the 9-year-olds turn for home 1-2. Unified Report to the white cap sweeping. Then Prince Shim, Vibit is dropped back. Forever Lasting and Summer and Aiken to pick up with 1 furlong to go. It's Flower Pecker keeping it classy, trying to narrow the margin, still with 2 lengths back. Flower Pecker is finding for Sammy past the 16th. Unified Report is 3rd, and then Summer and Aiken splits horses now to gain 4th. Flower Pecker first up to win here by 3 from keeping it classy. The veteran.
11 minutes away from that late Fire 5 here at Horseshoe Indianapolis on a fast main track. Hopefully we can roll out that turf course. It's a couple of weeks away. I believe we're set for right around mid-May on that turf course. We're on a fast track, and thankfully so on this beautiful Tuesday here at Horseshoe Indianapolis. Do scratch number 2, Jungle Cat, out of the upcoming $12,500 claiming sprint. This one for 3-year-old fillies and upward. Number 2 is Scratch Jungle Cat. A big scratch at that 4-1 morning line. Brittany Vandenberg, trainee, is out of here, and I'm looking to try and find some value. I remember last year, and I chased Shannon McGovern and Rodney Prescott all last year because they brought home on, I believe, maybe our opening week or the opening few weeks, a 20-1 long shot. Now, All About the Image is certainly nowhere near 20-1, or certainly not even a long shot by that means, but 9-2 is a great price in a small field. It's a 6-horse field, 9-2 for a 5-year-old mare who brings in really a winning career, in which she's certainly paid her way $150,000 in earnings, and she was as consistent as any in here last season. She had 8 starts, 3 victories, 2 seconds. She likes it here locally. All of her wins are here at Horseshoe Indianapolis, and she's got tactical speed. And we've seen it through the first 3 days of the meet. You want to be on, if not near the lead, and I think she has just that. I do like that she won last year. And when I say I remembered a horse that came home at a big price, guess who it was? It was All About the Image. She's the one that came in almost a year to the date on April 17th, knocked me out of everything, and I vowed that I would never be fooled again by Shannon McGovern and Rodney Prescott. And here we are, almost a year later, having this one on top. Now, we're not going to get anywhere near 20-1, but hopefully we do get the same result. Off the long layoff, she broke sharp, cleared on the front end, and just continued finding more. She may have gone off at 20-1, but she certainly ran like an even money shot, and I'm hopeful that she can show that speed again today at 9-2. In second, though, going to have to deal with Eyeshadow on the front end. They both bring a ton of pace. This 4-year-old filly had 3 wins to her name last season as well. She makes her 2025 debut in here for John Herron and Alberto Burgos, 2 very high percentage trainers and riders that haven't sent that many to the racetrack, but still looking for the first win in the 3rd day of the racing meet. And I expect those wins to come at a consistent pace for both Mr. Burgos and Herron, as he owns and trains this 4-year-old mare by Storm's Eye. And she's got speed on the front end, is where she likes to be, and she's shown that speed plenty of times here at Horseshoe Indianapolis. She does have a tendency to back out of it, but she's certainly been able to win a battle, whether it's going 5.5 furlongs, going 6 furlongs. She will dig down and fight deep. She's got a ton of speed. She's got a plenty capable rider on her back, and another horse who ran well off of the layoff last time. She just lost to a monster in Crossley. I've always thought highly of Crossley. I think she ran in a tough spot in that maiden special weight last year, and it didn't take her long to get things going in the right direction. She broke her maiden next out by 5 lengths at 6-5, and then she got through the downwards at 2 conditions shortly after that. So a horse who can put some wins together, and she was feeling fresh last year. We'll see if that continues again.
And Alberto Burgos back on board the 7 Eyeshadow, stepping onto the track now for the fourth race sprint at 6 furlongs, a field of 6. 2 Jungle Cat has been scratched. Scratch the 2 Jungle Cat. Parading Exacta, Trifecta, Superfecta. Double pick 3 starts at the 50 cent late pick 5 here. Fast track, 3 minutes, 2 post time. Less than 1 minute away from post time. Phillies Mare sprint start to the 50 cent late pick 5. Fast track. Less than 1 minute. The horses are approaching the starting gate. The horses have reached the starting gate. It is now post time. Loading Carlos Barbosa with Dunin Bay. At 12-1, Dunin Bay, the first mare in. Chloe Hernandez with All About Me went in well. Joined Dunin Bay. Joel Albornoz with Keen Ice Sight. Rodney Prescott, All About the Image, coming up in the black. Right now, Balladry 8-5 favorite. 3-1 Eyeshadow and 7-2 Keen Ice Sight. Joe Rocco Jr., Balladry going in. 7-5 favorite Balladry. At 6 furlongs, one more. Eyeshadow. Alberto Burgos rides the filly in her 4-year-old seasonal bow. Balladry now 3-2 favorite. Eyeshadow to complete the line. Balladry 7-5 favorite. They're in the gate. They're often sprinting, and Balladry appeared to bobble at the start. Eyeshadow dashes away. All About Me went toward the inside. Dunin Bay coming with an early bid. It's Eyeshadow. With Alberto Burgos, Eyeshadow went to the front from All About Me. Dunin Bay in a tight spot. Here's Keen Eyesight in the black cap, who strides up now into third. Dunin Bay has dropped back. On the outside is Balladry racing a joint fourth. And on the front side, All About the Image trails the Fillies Mare Sextet going past the half mile. It's Eyeshadow, 3/4 of length. Keen Eyesight now coming with a bid. The opening quarter in 22.74 seconds with 3 furlongs to go from home. And then comes Balladry in the red cap, joined out wide by All About the Image. It's Eyeshadow in front coming toward the quarter pole with Keen Eyesight trying to stay this pace. And then further back to Dunin Bay, who's just picked up All About Me, who retreats. It's nearest the inside, Eyeshadow as they come for home through the final quarter of a mile. Half mile was 45.62 with Alberto Burgos. It is Eyeshadow with a 3-length buffer zone. 1 furlong to go. Balladry continues to charge now into second. From toward the inside, Keen Eyesight, who's dropped back in third. All About the Image and Dunin Bay. It's Eyeshadow. Eyeshadow has won it by 3 from Balladry. Keen Eyesight third, and then Dunin Bay and All About the Image. (111.10) after the Fillies Mare Sprint. 111.10, 7-6-4-1. The unofficial run order after race 4, number 7, Eyeshadow. 2-1 first. 6 Balladry, 6-5 favorite, was the runner-up in the sprint for Keen Ice Sight. 6-1 third at her seasonal bow, and the 1 Dunan Bay, 5-1 fourth over All About the Image. 7-6-4-1. Alberto Burgos, last season's lead meeting jockey, on the score sheet here in 2025 for John Herron. It's Eyeshadow at 2-1. Hold all tickets until official. Please note the stewards have posted the inquiry sign. There was a steward's inquiry into the backstretch run of the Phillies Mare Sprint. Steward's inquiry into the backstretch run. Do retain all tickets until posted official after the sprint. Leading into the Murphy Trailer Sales Winner's Circle, the 7 Eyeshadow with Alberto Burgos. Eyeshadow, 4-year-old dark bay or brown filly by Storm's Eye, out of Perfect List by Peaks and Valleys. Bred in Indiana. Racing for Herron Thoroughbreds LLC of trainer John Herron. It's unofficial for Eyeshadow in 111.10. Inquiry concerns the backstretch run. The inquiry with regard to the backstretch run of the Phillies Mare Sprint has been withdrawn. Race 4 is official now. 7-6-4-1 official after race 4. The 7-6 exacta paid $16.60. 50-cent trifecta, 7-6-4, $14.40. 3-7 double paid $18.20. 50-cent pick 3 on races 2, 3, and 4. 2 with the 3 with the 7 Eyeshadow, $18.80. With Dunan Bay 4th, the 10-cent superfecta, 7-6-4-1 paid $8.43. Eyeshadow winning her 4-year-old seasonal bow in 111.10. In the 5th race, scratch the 1 Collator and the 2 Golden Buck. Scratch the 1 and number 2. 8 Devils Gotta Go, a jockey change to Manny Esquivel. Manny Esquivel will ride the 8 Devils Gotta Go. Exacta, trifecta, superfecta, double pick 3. Start to the $1 late pick 4, presented by Itoba. Fast track, post time in 18 minutes. Late pick 4 start at 4 to 8. They're off and sprinting, and Balladry appeared to bobble at the start. Eyeshadow dashes away. All About Me went toward the inside. Duden Bay coming with an early bid. It's Eyeshadow. With Alberto Burgos, Eyeshadow went to the front from All About Me. Duden Bay in a tight spot. Here's Keen Eyesight in the black cap, who strides up now into third. Duden Bay has dropped back. On the outside is Balladry racing a joint fourth. And on the front side, All About the Image trails the Fillies Mares Sextet going past the half mile. It's Eyeshadow, 3/4 of length. Keen Eyesight now coming with a bid. The opening quarter in 22.74 seconds with 3 furlongs to go from home. And then comes Balladry in the red cap, joined out wide by All About the Image. It's Eyeshadow in front coming toward the quarter pole with Keen Eyesight trying to stay this pace. And then further back to Duden Bay, who's just picked up All About Me, who retreats. It's nearest the inside, Eyeshadow as they come for home through the final quarter of a mile. Half mile was 45.62 with Alberto Burgos. It is Eyeshadow with a 3-length buffer zone. 1 furlong to go. Balladry continues to charge now into second. From toward the inside, Keen Eyesight, who's dropped back in third. All About the Image and Duden Bay. It's Eyeshadow. Eyeshadow has won it by 3 from Balladry. Keen Eyesight third, and then Duden Bay and All About the Image. The Roffin sprinting and
11 minutes to the 5th race. Congratulations to Burgos and John Horan on a nice win in the last race. We're going to go on to the Itoba $1 pick 4, ladies and gentlemen. The late pick 4 is going to start here with a 3-year-old I've been claiming for 12.5. They're going 6 furlongs. The 1 and the 2 are out of here. Manny is on the 8. Devil's Got to Go. And you could go a number of ways in this race, but I'm going to stick with the way that I went before. I don't blame everyone for being on the 6, but I'm going to go here with a little bit of a long shot on top. Been bet down now to 4-1, 11. Canavero. This one gets Carlos Barbosa aboard for Marcelino Salas. This is a 4-year-old colt, and this one was in a claiming for 20 at Keeneland on April 10th in the mud, and did not like that at all. But was claimed in a maiden claiming for 7,500 at Turfway off the Poly. This horse has never ran on Indiana dirt, but I just feel like he brought him here and picked this spot specifically for him. He has the best speed of the distance in this group and has a nice early lick about him. He'll pop out of that gate nicely. And then the 3, Meadow Value. The 3 is 9-1 right now on the tote board. Romero is aboard here for Michelle Elliott. And Michelle has won 3 races in 2 days out of 6 starts. So she's got some going here. But this one was so close this winter. They took him to Turfway a few times, and he didn't run too bad. Some 3s there on the Poly, some 3rds there on the Poly. So I think that he liked it there, but he did have a nice second here in Indiana over the summer as well. But yeah, with Michelle being hot, Romero's a great rider. The 5-year-old gelding, I think he's got a shot here. He's got a couple of nice finishes. 2 of 3 here in Indiana had been at first and a second place finish. And then I'll go with the 5. Right on. 5 right now is 3-1 on the tote board. Fernando de la Cruz is aboard for Joe Davis. This one's getting back to dirt as well. Some Turfway races in the off season, which a lot of my Indiana trainers do. This one is making its 6th lifetime start. So they put him out here at the end of the meet and made him claiming for 20. He ended up an even 4th here at 5.5 on the dirt. We're going 6 today. And then Joe took him to Turfway, and it started out okay, and then I think he got into a couple of tough races and some trouble. He was bumped at the start. Just got a nightmare trip. But I think returning to dirt, getting back to Indiana, he's broken the maiden now. I think he knows what he's doing. So right on is who I'm going to round it out with. Now, let's talk about the pick 4, because I did put a ticket together. It's $32. I just went with 11, 3, 5, and I did put in the 6 on my ticket because I wasn't going to be burned by the favorite on my ticket. But then I just went 2 by 2 by 2. So I know everybody says, oh, you got to have a single. You do not have to have a single. You don't have to have a single. Rachel gets nervous with singles. I feel like I jinx myself with those bad boys. So let's just do the 1 and the 8 in here. I think Instakiss is the one to beat. Luan Machado, Paulo Lobo, getting on dirt for the first time. Couple of races on the Poly at Turfway, and is dropping down in class. Put up a 74 on debut, looked really good, and has had a little bit of time off. Then the 8 is Renoir. Renoir in race 6 is a first-time starter for Rudolph Brissett. Alex Echard is aboard. Bresset and Alex Echard team up for some nice wins last year here in Indiana. So don't leave them off when Alex is up for Brissett. Coming off a Bullet Work, half to National Treasure. The Dam has 4 winners from 5 starts, including 2 stakes winners just mentioned. And he has a 21% main special weight. Let's go to race 7, which is an allowance for Indiana breds. And I went 5-12. 5, Rigoberto gets Santos Sandra aboard for Cipriano Contreras. Sippy usually comes back if he's the beaten favorite and wins. He's got a high percentage there. And he's got a high percentage off the layoff. You don't have to wait for Sippy to get hot. This horse has never been worse than 3rd. I think that one's a little bit obvious. And then the 12, Silver Sterling on the outside. Tony Cunningham looking for another win on the card. This horse hasn't ran that bad either in any of its races. Broke the maiden by 11, ran in the Count Ambassador and lit up the board after an awkward start. And then in its most recent allowance at the very end of the meet was 2nd. Also is adding Lasix for the first time today, ladies and gentlemen. So all that great racing. And I think it's kind of the pace of the race here. So that's my ticket. So far, I have one leg left, and the race is a 3-year-old maiden, 5.5 furlongs. So one is out, and I went 3-6. So, gonna get ya, Hannah Leahy aboard for Tiana. Tiana had a nice win last week. Was so close with Hannah aboard last time. They were routing. She's gonna start her out 5.5. Can't say I blame her there. And then the 6, Estrella Brillante. Orlando's up for Deshaun on this one. Jimmy told me to tell you guys that he has surgery today and he came out fine and he should be out of the hospital in a few days. Deshaun was on for that last race on October 30th, and they were so close as well. Gonna Get You was in here, Tiana's horse that I like as well. So we'll see what the odds are on that on that horse. But I went 3-6 to round it out. So 3-5-6-11 here in this race. In the second leg, I went 1-8, and the third I went 5-12 and 3-6. I normally don't have time to bet, but today I took the time to punch in this ticket real quick on my Twin Spires app because I like it a lot. 5 minutes to race 5 here at Horseshoe Indianapolis. Get your tickets in for the ITOBA, Indiana Thoroughbred Owner Breeders Association. Late pick 4. Good luck.
The horses coming onto the track now for the 5th race. This sprint at 6 furlongs, a field of 10. Scratch the 1 Collator and the 2 Golden Buck. Scratch the 1 and number 2 from the race card. 8 Devils Gotta Go. A change of jockey to Manny Esquivel. Manny Esquivel rides 8 Devils Gotta Go. Exacta, trifecta, superfecta, double pick 3. Start to the $1 Itoba, late pick 4, fast track, and post time. Due off soon. The horses are approaching the starting gate. Last call for the Itoba, late pick 4. Fast track on final approach. The horses have reached the starting gate. It is now post time. They're going in. Joseph Romero with Meadow Value. Manny Esquivel, Devils Gotta Go. Now Meadow Value. That's the white dots on the black sleeves. Evan Roman Facenda coming up in the blue. Luis Contreras. Gagliardi into the gate. 14-1 on Meadow Value. Marcelino Pedrosa Jr. with Out of the Clouds. Went in okay. Fernando de la Cruz, right on, right on. Now Joe Ramos with Uneven Keel. 9-5 favorite, Uneven Keel. At 6 furlongs. East from West, Brittany Truxtell claims the 10-pound apprentice allowance, has 9 career rides. East from West loaded. Carlos Barbosa with Canavero. So stand by. One more. Permit to carry, Alberto Burgos, riding for a double. Here comes the 5th, all in. And they're off. Permit to carry broke sharp, along with Canavero with an early bid, and Gagliardi is right there in the orange cap with Uneven Keel, part of a mad dash. And to the inside, here's Meadow Value now, who comes through for Joseph Romero, and Meadow Value has taken a short lead from Canavero. Gagliardi is right there, and Uneven Keel taken back in 4th as they go past the half-mile pole. It's a break of 2 to right on, running in 5th, with on the outside Permit to carry after a sharp start. Out of the Clouds with the rail, pink silks and a black cap. East from West also toward the inside parts of the track. They're well spread out with 3 furlongs to go, and then further back in the field 2. On the outside is Facenda, and nearest the rail, Devils Gotta Go. They're a joint last coming toward the quarter pole. It's Canavero, quarter 22.05 seconds, and Canavero has widened to a 3-length lead as they turn for home from Gagliardi with toward the inside Meadow Value, and on the outside Uneven Keel as they come down to the final furlong. Right on, straightened away in 5th. It's Canavero, 1 furlong away with Carlos Barbosa. Canavero is holding on to a 3-length lead from Gagliardi. Charging is right on, and here comes right on for Fernando de la Cruz. Right on, right past. Won by a length and a half to Gagliardi, who gained 2nd from Canavero. Then a bunch finish. Devils Gotta Go from out of the backfield with Uneven Keel and East from West. One 10.46 after the sprint. 5 and then a photo. 5 right on. At 8-1 first. It is a photo for 2nd, 3rd, 4th after the sprint. Hold all tickets until official. Fernando de la Cruz. 4 winners here on opening week. Gets on the Tuesday score sheet today for Joseph Davis and Daryl Yoder, the son of champion American Pharaoh, at 8-1. Right on. The judges have posted number 10, Gagliardi, 13-1 the runner-up, 11 Canavero, 7-2 third, and 6 Uneven Keel, 2-1 fourth, 5, 10, 11, 6. In the Murphy Trailer Sales winner's circle, the 5, right on, with Fernando de la Cruz. Right on, 3-year-old big colt by American Pharaoh. Out of Urban Hill by the great Galileo. Bred in Kentucky by Fred W. Hertrich III. Joseph Davis trains for owner Darrell Yoder. Horseshoe Indianapolis congratulates the winning connections of Right On. The result of the fifth race is now official. Result confirmed by the judges. The 510 exacta paid $210.60. 50-cent trifecta, 510.11, $291.80. Uneven Keel fourth, the 10-cent superfecta, 510.11.6 paid $220.42. 375 pick 3, $68.45. 7-5 double and even, $59. 50-cent early pick 4 pays out on 404, 2375 for $420.50. Results in on the 50-cent early pick 5 after the low 11.99% takeout. 5 of 5 returned $514 even. In the sprint 10 ran 110.46 after the running of race 5. In the sixth race, maiden 3-year-old fillies dash, scratch the 7 Ms. Candy. Scratch number 7. The 5 Crystal Frost, a jockey change to Carlos Barbosa. On 5 Crystal Frost, Carlos Barbosa rides the 2-race maiden. And number 3, Mrs. Chofis, 1 pound over the listed program weight. Exacta, trifecta, superfecta. First 10-cent Grand High 5 featured on the card today. The 10-cent pentafecta, double pick 3. Post time in 17 minutes. Post time will be 4:40 now. And they're off. Permit to Carry broke sharp, along with Canavero with an early bid, and Gagliardi is right there in the orange cap with Uneven Keel, part of a mad dash. And to the inside, here's Meadow Value now, who comes through for Joseph Romero, and Meadow Value has taken a short lead from Canavero. Gagliardi is right there, and Uneven Keel taken back in 4th as they go past the half-mile pole. It's a break of 2 to right on, running in 5th. With on the outside, Permit to Carry after a sharp start out of the clouds with the rail, pink silks and a black cap. East from west also toward the inside parts of the track. They're well spread out with 3 furlongs to go, and then further back in the field 2 on the outside is Facenda, and nearest the rail, Devil's Gotta Go. They're a joint last coming toward the quarter pole. It's Canavero, quarter 22.05 seconds, and Canavero has widened to a 3-length lead as they turn for home from Gagliardi with toward the inside Meadow Value, and on the outside Uneven Keel as they come down toward the final furlong. Right on, streamed away in 5th. It's Canavero, 1 furlong away with Carlos Barbosa. Canavero is holding on to a 3-length lead from Gagliardi. Charging is right on, and here comes right on for Fernando de la Cruz. Right on, right past. Won by a length and a half to Gagliardi, who gained second from Canavero. Then a bunch finish. Devil's Gotta
Scooters numbers on the board as we're 9 minutes away from race number 6 here at Horseshoe Indianapolis on a fast main track. Do scratch number 7, Miss Candy, out of this event. Leaves us with a competitive field of 9 set to go 5.5 furlongs in here. This one for 3-year-old and fillies, all looking for their first career victory. The maiden special weight group, and a talented one has certainly been assembled. You've got some first-time starters mixed in with some horses with experience, but right now the bettors are really keying in on 3 horses, the 1, 9, and 10. I'm going to try your inside runner, Insta Kiss. Hopefully, if you're still alive in that pick 4, you can keep it rolling. A $19 start, an excellent start at that. Fernando de la Cruz picked up right where he left off, and he brings home yet another winner as he is our leading rider on the 3rd day of the meet. He won't be aboard Insta Kiss. That'll be Luan Machado for Paulo Lobo. And here, OXO Equine sends out their homebred, the 3-year-old filly by Instagram. Does have 2 starts to her name, both going much further, 6.5 furlongs. The maiden special weight level gets a little bit of class relief in here. Does continue to be made in special weight, but the purse about cut in half, and you would think that the competition would be as well. And Instakiss doesn't have much to go on paper. Did draw the inside, in fact, the first 2 starts of the career, and then again draws the inside in here. But one thing that really stuck out to me is I thought highly of Verity. I think that horse could be a complete monster, a 3-year-old filly who has big things in her future, and a horse who had been training well and finally put everything together back in January. Verity, a very nice animal, and I know that horse is awfully quick. So for Instakiss to not only show good speed, but to clear off that first quarter of a mile going 6.5 furlongs, 22.71, and be clear from that 10-horse field that day, a ton of early speed. The inside draw doesn't bother me. I think we're going to show speed. I think we've got the shortest way around the track, and if the track continues to play favorably to speed, albeit last race your $19 winner came from the clouds, Instakiss could be long gone on the front end, and that's the hope. And right now, on paper, I thought this horse was going to be around even money. Currently 2-1 on the board because a lot of the money is going in post position number 9, Collected Bound, who's getting hammered. But what about the first-time starter, Renor? A 3-year-old filly by Authentic out of Treasure. Gets out to Shard aboard for Rudy Brzett. A half to National Treasure, who made just about $5.5 million. So I expected this horse to take some love, knowing that the breeding was a half to National Treasure, but the works were kind of difficult to tell. I mean, one work broke slow, looked okay, and then the next work, it didn't go as planned, got trounced by the workmate, but does get Lasix for the first time, brings in a bullet workout April 17th, and those 2 works that I was fortunate enough to watch were back in March. So certainly has been trending in the right direction, has a couple of gate workouts, 3 in a row, tells me that they may not like what they've seen breaking from the gate, so hopefully this one can break alertly, but they are aware of the slow gate breaks with 3 gate works in a row, so maybe today will be better. But right now, 5-1 on a horse who is a half to a $5.5 million earner in National Treasure. We'll see if this Authentic filly can run it. First asking for Peter Blum, 5-1 on the board. But another horse taking a sneaky amount of action is on the outside. Mary Moonglow, Orlando Mojica, and Larry Ravelli. Now, I didn't expect the Collected Bond to take a ton of love. I thought Mary Moonglow would take plenty of action, and she is the New York bred. We don't see too many New York breds here, but Larry Ravelli had picked his spots nicely. Last year here at Horseshoe Indianapolis, he won an incredibly high rate. He's winning at 25% on the year so far. This one drew $190,000 at the OBS sale, gets Lasix for the first time, debuted at Hawthorne, didn't get much love. For a Larry Ravelli first-time starter, going off at 9-2 is darn near ice cold. So that was a little bit of a concern, but I do like that Orlando Mojica was aboard last year, and he is aboard again this year. She looks very well turned out. I like what I see down here in the walking ring, and from 2 to 3 horses can make their biggest improvement, so it would certainly not be a surprise if Mary Moonglow jumped up and ran huge in here. But I wonder if there was any other spots up in New York for this 3-year-old filly by Vino Rosso, who's well bred, drew a ton of action at the OBS sale, and now shows up here for Lasix for the first time. Make what you want of it, but Larry Ravelli certainly does not need a map to our winner's circle. We'll see if he can find it just 4 minutes from now. We'll see if Insta Kiss is the real deal, but this race looks wide open if you can get around the 1, 9, or 10. Best of luck.
The horses call postward now for the 6th race. Maiden 3-year-old fillies sprint over the 5.5 furlongs, a field of 9. Scratch 7, Ms. Candy. Scratch the number 7. Number 5, Crystal Forest. The jockey Carlos Barbosa. Rides 5, Crystal Frost. Carlos Barbosa, number 5. 3, Mrs. Chofis, a pound over the assigned program weight. Exacta, trifecta, superfecta. 10-cent grand high 5. Pentafecta wagering here on the maiden. Starts another rolling double and 50-cent pick 3. Fast track. Nearing post time. The horses are approaching the starting gate. The horses have reached the starting gate. It is now post time. They're going in. Juan Machado with Insta Kiss. Twice started at Turfway Park on the all-weather. Carlos Barbosa and Crystal Frost, the first fillies in. Joseph Romero with Ride. Yamari Correa, Mildon loaded. Alex Achard, Renoir debuts. Renoir went it well. Oscar Villarreal with Mrs. Chofis has joined up. Jose Gutierrez with the first-time starter, Mia Catalea. Collected Bond, Fernando Leather Cruz, going for a double with Joe Davis after a right-on sprint win. One more, Mary Moonglow, Orlando Mexico for Larry Ovelli. Second on Hawthorne debut last June on the south side. All in line, and they're off. Ride broke sharp. There's Mary Moonglow up and after the lead, but a bit ranked there. And toward the inside, here's Instakiss, who's powered up now for Luan Machado to take the lead and dashes away. Instakiss by nearly 4 from toward the inside. Mildot, who's vying for second with Mia Catalea, who makes a split. Collected Bond in the Green Silks vying for second. And on the outside is Mary Moonglow, who's wider out running in 4th as they round the far turn. It's a break of 3 then to the first-time starter, Renoir, who's about 5 lengths off this leader. Instakiss nearing the quarter pole. Then farther back 2. On the outside is Ride with in between horses Mrs. Chofis. Nearest the inside, Mildot has dropped back, and finally Crystal Frost. The quarter was 22.58 seconds as these maiden 3-year-old fillies straighten away. It's Instakiss with the rail for Luan Machado. Instakiss looking to close them out with 1 furlong to go. Mary Moonglow is lugging in as Instakiss continues to hold on to this advantage from Mary Moonglow with Renoir third and running on. They're close to home, and it's the daughter of Instagram, Instakiss. And Instakiss gets the result by 3.5 from Renoir, who ran on to gain second from Mary Moonglow, who lost place late, and then Ride and Crystal Frost. .104.80 after the maiden filly sprint. 104.80. 6-5 favorite takes it out. 1, Instakiss. 4-1 on the 8, Renoir, who just edges out the 10. Mary Moonglow second and third. Stand by for the full order from the judges. Ride with Crystal Frost and Collected Bond in that photo. 104.80. Daughter Instagram, twice started on Turfway's all-weather. Juan Machado for Polo Lobo, Larry Best's OXO Equine at 6-5. Instakiss, and there she is, out to the maiden ranks. The judges have posted number 8, Renoir, 4-1 second. Number 10, Mary Munglo, 5-2 third. 6 Ride at 9-1 fourth, and 9 Collected Bond, 5-1. Edge Crystal Frost for fifth. 1-8, 10-6-9 into the Pentafecta. Leading into the Murphy Trailer Sales winner, circle the 1, Insta Kiss with Luan Machado. Insta Kiss is a 3-year-old bay filly by Instagrand. And a 1 True Kiss by Warriors Reward. Polo Lobo trains for Larry Best's OXO Equine LLC, the winning breeder and owner of Insta Kiss, out to the maiden ranks. Race 6 official. $1.8 exacta, paid $20.80. The 50-cent pick 3 on races 4, 5, and 6. Pick 3 returned $51.80. The 50-cent trifecta, 1-8-10. Mary Moonglow ran third in the maiden, $14.10. 5-1 double, $36.20. The 10-cent superfecta, $20.71. The 10-cent grand high 5 completed by Collected Bond, edging Crystal Frost, 1-8-10-6-9. The 10-cent grand high 5 returned $23.17. In the maiden, 7 was a non-starter, favorite first. 9 ran, 104.80. And race 7 of today's 9 featured Sprint of the Day, Scratch 3 Star Review, the 14 Second Exchange, and the 15 Jennings Beignet. 13 Green Whiz draws in. Green Whiz, the number 13, runs. Scratch the 3, 14, and number 15. Rider changes to reiteration. Orlando Mojica rides to reiteration. 9 Mystery Impact, the jockey Alberto Burgos has a win on the card. Alberto Burgos on 9, Mystery Impact. 10 Solar Power, the jockey Mitchell Murrell will partner the 3-time winner. Mitchell Murrell on 10, Solar Power. Exacta, trifecta, superfecta, 10-cent pentafecta, double final pick 3 of the day. 21 minutes away, 5:12, post time. Last June on the south side. All in line, and they're off. Ride broke sharp. There's Mary Moonglow up and after the lead, but a bit ranked there. And toward the inside, here's Instakiss, who's powered up now for Luan Machado to take the lead and dashes away. Instakiss by nearly 4 from toward the inside. Mil Dot, who's vying for second with Mia Catalea, who makes a split. Collected Bond in the green silks vying for second. And on the outside is Mary Moonglow, who's wider out running in fourth as they round the far turn. It's a break of 3 then to the first stump starter, Renoir, who's about 5 lengths off this leader. Instakiss nearing the quarter pole. Then farther back 2 on the outside is Ride with in between horses Mrs. Chofis. Nearest the inside, Mil Dot has dropped back, and finally Crystal Frost. The quarter was 22.58 seconds as these maiden 3-year-old fillies straighten away. It's Instakiss with the rail for Luan Machado. Instakiss looking to close them out with 1 furlong to go. Mary Moonglow is lugging in as Instakiss continues to hold on to this advantage from Mary Moonglow with Renoir third and running on. They're close to home, and it's the daughter of Instagram, Instakiss. And Instakiss gets the result by 3.5 from Renoir, who ran on to gain second from Mary Moonglow, who lost place late, and then Ride in Crystal Frost. Last June on the south side. All in line.
Ray, tell us about the new gate. Well, it's refurbished, right?
Right,
You did
100% refurbished.
Yes, and you did. So it's like brand new. Specifically, tell us some of the cool things that you specifically asked to be put on the gate this year.
The new things that we did with it was these front bars used to be 1-inch square tube and hollow. We went to the round bars. It's safer for the horse. And an issue with seeing is why I had them painted in the white. We got all new pads on it. Eventually, we're going to have the LED lights up top. So, like,
on the
and
numbers,
there's going
like-
to be advertisement going around. So,
I
like,
can help you there.
if a horse gets scratched, what we do is we don't have to put somebody up there to change the numbers. We just do it off a keypad.
Nice.
But
That'll
this
save
gate,
the better some time, won't it?
yeah, and this gate is completely redone. All new pads, new tires, new hubs. Everything has been completely redone, all rewired. We got new video cameras for inside the gate. We got the new sound system in there so you can hear the horses in there and the gate hands in there and the riders.
Fancy.
Eric and Caesars did a good job by purchasing the gate and got it painted our colors for everything to match. Like I said, the big plus is round bars and the white painted on it. And eventually,
Yeah, if you don't know horse, some bettors don't realize this is going to be big because they can see this a lot better. It
helps
doesn't
them
blend into the track, right?
Right, it helps them see better and it helps me see better because you got horses and they're bay horses, it's hard to see, especially at nighttime. It ain't 100% better, but it's a whole lot better than just being all one darkened color.
Ten minutes to the 7th race here at Horseshoe Indianapolis. I already kind of talked about this one, but let's go over it again. There's some changes in here. Orlando's on the 2. The 3 is scratched. Alberto is on the 9. Mitchell Merle picked up the 10. The 14 and 15 are out, but Grewiz does draw in. And, man, 6-5 on the 5. I was hoping we'd get a little bit better than that, but with the scratch, it makes sense. Rigoberto is my top pick. I have the 5 and the 12 on my ticket. So let's talk about this one. Santos Sanger, John and I say it all the time. He's a bit of an underrated jockey. He puts in a good ride and tries every time. This is a 4-year-old gelded son by Unbridled Express, one of our top sires here in the state. And this one came out, won on debut at 6. I get it. And even was squeezed at the start. Then was straight into a stakes race. Sippy puts him in the stake. He gets second. And then ended up third in an allowance in August. Now, he didn't run again for the rest of the meet. He ended in August. But maybe there was a reason for that. Well, I guess we'll find out. But Cipriano Contreras has a very, very good percentage when he's the beaten favorite. I know it's off a huge long layoff, but guess what? He's also really good off the layoff as well. So I get why this one is even money. Cipriano can take his time with his horses and does really well with them. So I got Sippy, Santo, and Rigoberto on top. And then I'm going to go with the 12. The 12 is 5-1 right now on the tote board. Silver Sterling. Sammy Bermudez is looking for a riding double here after winning the 3rd today. And Sammy B's riding for Tony Cunningham, who he was riding for. So they're looking to team up for a trainer jockey double today. This is a 4-year-old gelding making only his 4th lifetime start. But I think the key here is a few things. His races were not bad at all, and even 4th in a stakes, but broke the maiden by 11, and then first time in an allowance race at the end of the meet in November was 2nd, and also had an awkward start. I think this horse has pace in the race here, has shown nice early speed. And then the key is adding Lasix here for the first time. And then I'm going to round it out with the rail at 12-1. Creek Valley. Rodney Prescott is aboard for Aaron West. Aaron having some nice winners in the first week of racing. Off to a great start. Larry Goodwin has bred and owned this 4-year-old gelding. Aaron trains and moved to his barn over the winter. Finished the meet by winning. Finally figured it out, broke the maiden, and then first time with winners, caught slop, got bumped at the start, and just did not get a good trip at all. I think would have won that race if it would have got a little bit better circumstances. So I think off the layoff, this one, is going to benefit, and I like that he drew the rail as well. So I have 5, 12, 1, and the 5 and the 12 in my pick 4. Rigoberto now at 6-5 with 7 minutes to post. Good luck.
The horses stepping onto the track for the 7th race. Featured sprint of the day over the 6 furlongs, a field of 12. Scratch 3-star review. 14-second exchange and take out 15 Jennings Beignet. Scratch the 3, 14, and number 15 from the sprint. As Rachel noted, rider changes, 2 reiteration to Orlando Mojica. 2 reiteration. 9 Mystery Impact Alberto Burgos rides 9 Mystery Impact and 10 Solar Power. The 3-time winner ridden by Mitchell Murrell on 10 Solar Power. Exacta, Trifecta, Superfecta. 10-cent Grand High 5, Pentafecta wagering here on the sprint. Double, pick 3. Fast track, less than 3 minutes. 2 post time. Less than 1 minute to post time. Less than 1 minute now. The horses are approaching the starting gate. The horses have reached the starting gate. It is now post time. Rodney Prescott with Creek Valley coming up to the rail draw. Here 12 of them run. Creek Valley first loaded. Hannah Leahy with You Are Not the Father. Joins Creek Valley. Orlando Mexico with Reiteration. Mystery Impact, Alberto Burgos has a win on the card. Fernando de la Cruz with Cowboy Justice. Mitchell Morrow with Solar Power. Santos Sanjor, Rigoberto coming up, Eva Money, Rigoberto. Yamari Correa with Costly Pass in the blue. Now Joe Ramos with Oil Man. Silver Sterling, Sammy Bermudez won our third of the day for Tony Cunningham. Couple them back. Evan Roman with Booming. Rigoberto 6-5 favorite. At 6 furlongs, so stand by. One more. Marcelino Pedroza Jr. with Green Whiz coming up. It's the Tuesday sprint feature from Horseshoe Indianapolis. They're in the gate. And they're off. Cowboy Justice was slow to go. Fast start for Between Horses Booming, along with Oil Man has those white blinkers. Here's the gray Rigoberto, who's quick to engage now for Santos Sanjor, and Rigoberto just took the lead. With Oil Man and the Navy Silk Super pursues. Right there's Costly Pass with Booming, and toward the inside, here's Creek Valley now with Booming back in 5th. Reiteration is 6th. Greewiz is a wide 7th. And then comes Solar Power running in 8th Between Horses. Just over 3 furlongs to go. Silver Sterling is racing wide. Then farther back to Cowboy Justice after a slow start. You Are Not the Father is running in 11th. Mystery Impact trails the Dashing Dozen. Quarter 22.53 seconds. These leaders coming toward the quarter pole. Oil Man Between Horses. Right there, Costly Pass, and toward the inside is Rigoberto. Here come the Hoosiers. Right there on the outside is Silver Sterling with a sweep around Booming. Nearest the inside, Creek Valley, and nearest the inside is Solar Power. Half-mile battle through in 44.53 testing seconds. It's Rigoberto sticking that gray neck out. Oil Man, and on the outside here is Booming, who descends on them. It's Booming for Evan Roman. Booming and Rigoberto. Booming. Booming on the outside. Booming and Rigoberto heads apart. Photo finish. Oil Man third. And then Solar Power was next with Reiteration, Creek Valley. You Are Not the Father, Cowboy Justice. And after that, Costly Pass among those next to finish in the sprint feature. $110.25 sprint feature. Win photograph. Up to the judges. 7-5, 6-10, and the one runs fifth for the Pentafecta. 7. Booming. 33-1. Boom. Gets up in time. 5. Rigoberto at 3-2. Denied at the finish. 6. Oil Man at 9-2 third. 10. Solar Power. 5-1 getting into the Superfecta. At 12-1. One Creek Valley into the Pentafecta. Evan Roman for Mike Lauer. Booming at 33-1 up. In time. Stepping into the Murphy Trailer Sales winner circle, the 7, Booming, with Evan Roman out of price. Booming is a 4-year-old dark mare brown gelding by Reddy's Image out of the Include mare. I'm all about that base. Brennan, Indiana by Mike and Penny Mauer. Horseshoe Indianapolis congratulates the winning connections. Booming takes out the sprint feature to the tune of 33-1. Race 7 is official. We'll have a carryover in the 10-cent Grand High 5. That on to race 8 for just under $2,000. $1,999 for the 10-cent Pentafecta. Over to race 8 next. 7-5 Exacta, $271.40. The 50-cent pick 3 on races 5, 6, and 7. 5 with the 1 and or 7 with Booming the 7 returned $535.05. 50-cent trifecta 756 $275.85. 1-7 double 185.60. The 10-cent superfecta returned $228.79. Solar Power was 4th. 12 ran 110.25 after the sprint feature. Race 8 with that Grand High 5 carryover. Scratch from the maiden. The 1 Focaccia, 13 Hungry Reggae, 14 Dreaming Girl, 15 Prayers Beauty, and the 16 Kagazi. Scratch the 1, 13 through number 16. All have been scratched, and there's a jockey change for the 6 Estrella Brillante to Orlando Mojica. Ride a 6-race maiden, Orlando Mojica on the 6 Estrella Brillante. Exacta trifecta superfecta. Start of our final double of the day. And that 10-cent Pentafecta carryover of $1,999. Post time for the maiden in 20 minutes at 5:44. And they're off. Cowboy Justice was slow to go. Fast start for Between Horses Booming, along with Oil Man has those white blinkers. Here's the gray Rigoberto, who's quick to engage now for Santo Sanjor, and Rigoberto just took the lead. With Oil Man and the Navy Silk Super Sues. Right there's Costly Pass with Booming, and toward the inside, here's Creek Valley now with Booming back in 5th. Reiteration is 6th. Greewiz is a wide 7th. And then comes Solar Power running an 8th Between Horses. Just over 3 furlongs to go. Silver Sterling is racing wide. Then farther back to Cowboy Justice after a slow start. You Are Not the Father is running in 11th. Mystery Impact trails the Dashing Dozen. Quarter 22.53 seconds. These leaders coming toward the quarter pole. Oil Man Between Horses. Right there, Costly Pass, and toward the inside is Rigoberto. Here come the Hoosiers. Right there on the outside is Silver Sterling with a sweep around Booming. Nearest the inside, Creek Valley, and nearest the inside is Solar Power. Half-mile battle through in 44.53 testing seconds. It's Rigoberto sticking that gray neck out. Oil Man, and on the outside here is Booming, who descends on them. It's Booming for Evan Roman. Booming and Rigoberto. Booming on the outside. Booming and Rigoberto heads apart. Photo finish. Oil Man third, and then Solar Power was next with. And they're off.
juicy will pays are there for the taking into this pick 5. If you had booming on your ticket, you are certainly have some excitement as we've got some massive payoffs. I believe the lowest payoff is to the 7, $11,400. Now that's a 50-cent pick 5. That $1 pick 4, $8,274. I'd be hard pressed to remember 50-cent pick 4s that paid over $8,000 last year. And really, the sequence wasn't all that challenging. You had a couple of medium-priced horses. You did have a heavily backed favorite that returned $440 back in race number 6, but then one price. That's all it takes. Booming. You beat one heavy favorite, and you're going to need a wheelbarrow out of here in order to get back to the car. 9 minutes away from the final thoroughbred race of the evening before we give way to Miss Martha. The beautiful Martha will take you through that quarter horse event to scratch numbers 1, 13, 14, and 15. We've got some first-time starters mixed into horses with experience, and I'm going to take a look at one of those first-time starters. How about Gatling Girl for Bob Gorham and Luis Contreras? Now, Luis Contreras, a name that's known around the country, but not necessarily here in the Midwest at Horseshoe Indianapolis, but he certainly got himself off to an excellent start last week. He had 4 mounts and returned victorious, getting a picture taken 3 out of the 4. He's got an excellent win rate so far, not only on this season, but on this year, winning at 15%. The Gorhams trained this one, and this may have been the sales topper. I was at that sale back in 2023, and I don't remember a whole lot of horses that went for over $17,000. They've been patient with the 3-year-old filly. She gets Lasix for the first time. She's been training great so far. She's been training consistently since early March. They did start on her last year, never rushed her to the races. I can appreciate starting the workout pattern and never making it to the track as a 2-year-old. No worse for the wear, but she looks plenty good down here in the walking ring. She's not getting much love right now, but she is right at that morning line. And then Gatling Girl deserves a look in here at first asking with the hot connections. It's Gatling Girl 10-1 on the board. But a horse with experience that draws my eye was the other Gorham trainee. Fernando de la Cruz typically gets first call for Bob Gorham. If it's not Shorty Perez, Fernando de la Cruz aboard, and that's documented by their win rate. They have an excellent return on their investment, $3.53 when Fernando de la Cruz does ride for the Gorhams. This 3-year-old filly by Forever de Oro did make it to the racetrack as a 2-year-old, and she got bet as well. She didn't have much success. She finished 5th in a 7-horse field and then 4th in a 9-horse field, but I noted that she took some action and she ran in a live race in which she debuted. It took her all the way until October to get to the racetrack, but she ran against Molly's Potion. She went off at 5-1 on debut. She came back at 5-2, and again ran into a 1-horse race where City Prayers ran and hid on the front end. But Fernando de la Cruz taking the mount has my attention, and this is a horse who has been blowing holes in the wind in the morning. 47-2. You'll hear me talk about it. I look at pattern more than I look at times, but that is very quick for a horse who took some love last year and now comes back. Could be stronger and better today. 5-1 on the board. That morning line almost cut in half. Your outside runner is going to be Foxy Justice for Aaron West and Melissa Lockwood. Sammy Bermuda is going to be calling the shots. Another 3-year-old filly who gets Lasix for the first time, and that can make them any sort. It's challenging when they don't run on Lasix at 2 and then they get Lasix at 3, because in the off season, 2 to 3 is when horses oftentimes make their biggest improvements. You couple that with adding a medication like Lasix, and horses can jump up massively. If they improve on Lasix and they also developed a little bit both mentally and physically over the winter months, then all of a sudden you can jump up in a big, big way. And it should not be overlooked that Foxy Justice was bet down to favoritism 3 straight times. There's 2 ways to look at it. This horse was showing talent in the morning or was a money burner. Both can be true. Have at it, both can be true. I've had plenty of horses that show a ton of talent in the morning and burn my money in the afternoon, and that does happen often. It looks like the money is signed off today, 9-1 on the board, so maybe it's time for you to sign on. And speaking of signing on, 11 talented riders getting the leg up. One will get their next Christmas photo when it's all said and done. Maidens take main stage going 5.5 here at Horseshoe Indianapolis 4 minutes from now.
Maiden 3-year-old fillies stepping onto the track, parading for race 8. This maiden sprint at 5.5 furlongs, a field of 11. Scratch 1, Focaccia. 13, Hungry Reggae. 14, Dreaming Girl. 15, Prayers Beauty. And the 16, Kagazi. Scratch the 1, 13 through number 16. All have been withdrawn. Jockey change for number 6, Estrella Brillante to Orlando Mexica. On 6, Estrella Brillante parades here with Orlando Mexica riding the 6. Exacta, Trifecta, Superfecta starts at the late double. There's a carryover in the 10-cent Grand High 5. Pentafecta wagering on the maiden 3-year-old filly sprint. And the Pentafecta carryover, $1,999. 2 and 2. Less than 1 minute to post time. Less than 1 minute to the maiden. The horses are approaching the starting gate. Arriving at the gate. It is now post time. Loading Anthony Zaloa. High Speed Justice making her bow. Joe Ramos with She's So Elite. Joseph Romero with Twisted Tiara. Went in okay. Midnight Caper, Fernando de la Cruz on the Tuesday score sheet. High Speed Justice has joined up. Luis Contreras with Gatling Girl. Like Midnight Caper, both here for Bob Gorham. Hannah Leahy, Gonna Getcha Getcha. Gatling Girl has the black cap. Luis Contreras and Gatling Girl has joined. Get Even Kid, Evan Roman, running for a double on the card. Now Marcelino Pedrosa Jr. with Bees Blitz. Bees Blitz is in. Couple them back. Orlando Mejica with Estrella Brillante. Now one more. Foxy Justice, Samir Bermudez has a win on the card. They're in the game. And they're off. She's So Elite broke slow. Fast start for Foxy Justice with Annie Express, who just heads her off. Right there now, a bid from Estrella Brillante and toward the inside, the first-time starter. High Speed Justice now has taken the lead for Andrés Aloha. It's High Speed of Justice has taken the lead from Estrella Brillante. Right there is Midnight Caper, and Gatling Girl has the black cap. The great Annie Express tight with the rail past the half-mile pole. Foxy Justice is caught wide, but only 3 lengths off these leaders as they scramble around the far turn. Then farther back to Get Even Kid, who's racing wide. Toward the inside, Gonna Getcha with Bees Blitz, and after breaking slow, She's So Elite trails the maiden filly sprint. The quarter 22.57 seconds. It's a toss-up as they turn for home. Nearest the inside, High Speed Justice narrowly. Estrella Briante was on the chase. Gonna getcha. Rallies up the rail now with on the outside Foxy Justice in the red cap. And in between horses, trying to launch a bid. Nearest the inside is Twisted Tiara, and on the far outside is Get Even Kid, who's also launching a late bid. But here's Foxy Justice now for Samuel Bermudez, and High Speed Justice digs in. High Speed Justice just repels Foxy Justice with Get Even Kid third, and then Gonna Getcha, and Estrella Briante finish fifth. $105.50 after the maiden filly sprint. It's unofficial. Be a steward's inquiry into the deep stretch. It is a win photograph. Hold all tickets. Inquiry concerns the stretch run in the top two. We are standing by for the judge's verdict after the maiden. $2.12 after the win photograph. Stewart's inquiry into the stretch run. 11, Get Even Kid was third. 3, Gonna Getcha fourth. And 6, Estrella Briante fifth for the Pentafecta. It's unofficial. 2-12, 11, 3, 6. Again, hold all tickets until posted official. Steward's inquiry concerns deep stretch of the maiden. Noting in addition to the steward's inquiry, jockey's objection, Samuel Bermudez on 12, Foxy Justice, alleging interference by Andres Aloa on 2, High Speed Justice in deep stretch. Part of the inquiry. Hold on. No changes will be made to the running order after an inquiry, and the jockey's objection has been disallowed by the Horseshoe Indianapolis stewards. This result, after the maiden 3-year-old filly sprint of 2:12.11.36, will stand pat. No change. Returning to the winner's circle, the 2 High Speed Justice with a debut win under Andrés Ulloa. High Speed Justice, a 3-year-old dark bay or brown filly by Harry's Holiday. And a Lorelei Legend by King Mambo, bred here in the Hoosier State by Justice Farm Greg Justice. Tim Eggleston trains for Tom Cangelosi. Congratulations, Tom. And High Speed Justice with a debut win at Horseshoe Indianapolis today. The result of the 8th race official. High Speed Justice debut win for our 2023 Road to the Louisville winner, Tom Cangelosi. Speedy caps off the late pick 5 and the $1 Itoba late pick 4. 212 exacta paid $176.60. The 50-cent late pick 5 paid $15,229.30. 50-cent trifecta, 212.11, $787.45. 7-2 double paid $602.20. The $1 Itoba late pick 4, $6,156.60. 10-cent superfecta, $624 and change. Again, that $1 Itoba late pick 4 pays out on 404, capped off by High Speed Justice, $6,156.60. Pick 3, $365.80. 10-cent pentafecta, $2,988.49. Estrella Briante ran 5th. And again, the 50-cent late pick 5, $15,229.30 on 5 of 5. 105.50 after the maiden filly sprint. One more to go. 9th race, quarter horse maiden over the 330 yards. Fast track, very slight headwind. There are no scratches and no jockey changes. Exacta, trifecta, superfecta, 10-cent quarter horse, pentafecta, 15 minutes away, 6:16 post time. And they're off. She's So Elite broke slow. Fast start for Foxy Justice with Annie Express, who just heads her off. Right there now, a bid from Estrella Briante, and toward the inside, the first-time starter. High Speed Justice now has taken the lead for Andrés Ulloa. It's High Speed Justice has taken the lead from Estrella Briante. Right there is Midnight Caper, and Gatling Girl has the black cap. The Great Annie Express tight with the rail past the half-mile pole. Foxy Justice is caught wide, but only 3 lengths off these leaders as they scramble around the far turn. Then farther back to Get Even Kid, who's racing wide. Toward the inside, gonna get you with Bees Blitzen after breaking slow. She's So Elite trails the maiden filly sprint. The quarter 22.57 seconds. It's a toss-up as they turn for home. Here's the inside, High Speed Justice narrowly. Estrella Briante was on the chase. Gonna get you. Rallies up the rail now with on the outside Foxy Justice in the red cap. And in between horses, trying to launch a bid. Nearest the inside is Twisted Tiara, and on the far outside is Get Even Kid, who's also launching a late bid. But here's Foxy Justice now for Sammy Bermudez, and High Speed Justice digs in. High Speed Justice just repels Foxy Justice with Get Even Kid third, and then Gonna Get you, and Estrella Briante finish 5th.
ready to roll in the second week of the live season, racing season at Horseshoe Indianapolis. Oh boy, last week was a lot of fun, and of course a great week for trainer Tim Eggleston and rider Eduardo Diaz. They swept both of the features, the quarter horse features last week. That's a really good accomplishment, being that we've got so many talented horsemen and horsewomen to watch as we go through November. All right, good start is great though, whatever. Okay, let's go to the paddock, and we're going to talk about the field for today's quarter horse feature. $18,000 maiden for registered 3, 4, and 5-year-old quarter horses. They'll be traveling 330 yards. So quite a few questions when it comes to these maidens, based on the fact that some of them have not raced since October. Some of them have had a start at Sandy Ridge at the Red Mile. Let's take a look and see who might be ready to break that maiden today. All right, quite a few questions, obviously, but one of the horses that I really believe in from the standpoint of the connections is number 2, Apolitical Sixer Run. That is a 3-year-old owned and bred by Patty Marshall, one of Tony Cunningham's top connections, and this is a sire by EOS Political Win. I've talked about that horse quite a bit. He freshman sire last year, produced several winners. This horse was pretty good last season, had out of a Trace mare, so real good pedigree there. Finished in the money 4 times and posted a bullet work here on April 1st. That certainly to me shows a sign that all the experience last year might be culminating with a possible maiden breaking effort today. All right, we do have one more Cunningham horse to talk about, and that's number 1, You Drive Baby. Made 2 stakes appearances last season at Horseshoe Indy, beginning with the $46,000 John Deere Juvenile Challenge, and then ended up qualifying as one of the top 20 for the Miss Roxy Little Futurity. Didn't make the top 10, the big money, but ended up in the $30,000 consolation. Unfortunately stumbled and was disqualified, placed 8th. But I still don't think that that's a bad issue for this horse coming out this season under jockey L. Danny Martinez. So keep an eye on that. All right, let's go next. Jessie Vasquez won her first thoroughbred race of her career last week. She was absolutely ecstatic, as a lot of these trainers here do train both thoroughbreds and quarter horses, but this was her first, so that's a big one. Anyway, she's going to saddle number 3, Dashin' Quick Corona, a gelding by What a Corona, for breeder and owner Jerry Miller. Now, he showed some promise in his 5 starts last season, could easily take the next step under the very capable rider Giovanni Vasquez Gomez, who rides for his wife's stable. All right, we'll round out my top 4 with number 4, La Una Diva. This is a 4-year-old daughter of leading Indiana-bred stallion Escondido Beach. Ron Raper, we haven't talked about him yet this meet, but you'll be seeing a lot of him. He's ranked 3rd in the all quarter horse trainer standings here, and he's going to saddle this 4-year-old mare. She was bumped in her March 24th race at Sandy Ridge at the Red Mile. Still finished 4th. That wasn't terrible. But she's going to be ridden today by jockey Juan Marquez. Now, he was a former leading rider here. He returned to action last August and made up ground rapidly. He ended up finishing, I think it was 34% in the money, and even winning one of our big futurities last year. So take a long look, 12-1 for that one. But you do have a theory about older horses facing, sometimes facing their youngsters, and sometimes it's just a little experience that can make a difference. All right, I'll go 2, 1, 3, 4, but want to just add one thing, and that's our quarter horse pentafecta, just a 10-cent wager. Okay, last week it paid $678 and $976. That's for a 10-cent wager. So if you're considering making a play, I'm going to kind of recommend number 9, Fantastic Babe, Mr. Fantastic Babe, 30-1, bred, owned, and trained by Mario Rodriguez Jr. She's a filly who improved in her 2nd start. That was at Sandy Ridge at the Red Mile last month. She might be worth a look. All right, so good luck to everybody today. We'll see you back tomorrow for more quarter horse racing.
Stepping onto the track for the ninth and final. Closing the card with a quarter horse maiden dash over the 330 yards. Fast track, slight headwind, a field of 10. No scratches, no jockey changes. 5 Runaway Deluxe, 7 pounds over the listed program weight. 6 Effie Vales, 2 Rockets, plus 5 pounds. Exacta Trifecta Superfecta, 10-cent quarter horse Pentafecta. 2 minutes to post time. Around 2 minutes now. Less than 1 minute to post time. The horses are approaching the starting gate. The horses have reached the starting gate. It is now post time. Danny Martinez, You Drive Baby, first in. Effie Vales, 2 Rockets, uses a flipping halter. Mr. Fantastic Babe. Apolitical, 6 a run. Now Dashin Quick Corona. La Una Diva coming up in the hot pink. Zooming Friday. Runaway Deluxe. Long-legged Lover into line. So stand by. One more. German Rodriguez with Booms Zoomin' Bayou. Wednesday post time, 2:10 p.m. Eastern. 330 yards to the maiden to close out the card. Fast track. Very slight headwind. All in. All from the Tuesday finale. Nearest the inside, Apolitical 6 a run with You Drive Baby the Rail. Dashing Quick Corona. Here comes Runaway Deluxe with a charge. Down to the final 110 yards. On the outside is Boom Zoomin' Bayou. Here comes Boom Zoomin' Bayou. Nearest the inside is Runaway Deluxe and splitting them Long-Legged Lover. Boom Zoomin' Bayou on the wire with Long-Legged Lover, Runaway Deluxe, and Dashing Quick Corona. Photos in the finale. Hold all tickets until official. Stand by for the run order from the judges after race 9. (10-8), 5-3, and the 2 gets into the pentafecta after the quarter horse maiden number 10. Booms Zoomin' Bayou first. 8 Long-Legged Lover was second. Number 5 Runaway Deluxe third. 3 Dashin' Quick Corona fourth. And 2 Apolitical 6 and run fifth for the quarter horse Grand High 5. 10-8, 5-3-2, 17.216. 17.216 seconds. The result of race 9, official. Returning to the Murphy Trailer Sales Winners Circle, the 10, Booms Zoomin' Bayou. For German Rodriguez. Boom Zoomin' Bayou is a 3-year-old Chestnut filly by Jess Zoomin. And of HF Boom Baby by Too Tough to Catch, owned by Brian Chavez. The winner was bred in Indiana by Dwayne Swingley. Horseshoe Indianapolis congratulates the winning connections. Boom Zoomin' Bayou on Maiden No More. Clock 17.216 for that maiden win. Final results and prices. The 10-8 exacta returned 126.60, 50-cent trifecta, 10.85, 502.80, 210 late double, and even $643. The final pick 3 on the card, 7 with the 2 with the 10, paid $969.35. Dash and Quick Corona 4th, 10-cent superfecta, 10.853, paid $349.27. The 2 Apolitical 6-run ran 5th. The 10-cent quarter horse Pentafecta, 10.8532, paid $2,571.84. That concludes our live racing program for today. We thank all that joined us here at the races. Cheers to all who tuned in. Live racing resumes this week with Wednesday and Thursday cards from 2:10 p.m. Eastern. Until next time, for all of us here at Horseshoe Indianapolis on this beautiful day, it's been my pleasure from the broadcast booth. Track announcer John G. Dooley saying good night. All from the Tuesday finale. Nearest the inside, Apolitical 6-run with You Drive Baby the Rail. Dashing Quick Corona. Here comes Runaway Deluxe with a charge. Down to the final 110 yards. On the outside is Boom Zoomin' Bayou. Here comes Boom Zoomin' Bayou. Nearest the inside is Runaway Deluxe. And splitting them, Long-Legged Lover. Boom Zoomin' Bayou on the wire with Long-Legged Lover, Runaway Deluxe, and Dash.